is fading. We gotta go. I'll get my car. Pull up mine. Yours. I gotta get me one of those.
Hello, and welcome to another episode of Bat Dan's Watch Parties. So, as you just saw from the amazing background that the good Austin designed. Oh, hold on a second. I have YouTube playing on at the same time, so. Anyways, so yeah, as you saw from the amazing background that the good Austin designed, we will be watching the Flash movie, which is on Netflix, at least if you're in the United States. So we will be engaging with Zack Snyder's cast, especially Ezra Miller, the star of this movie, to show Netflix there is a demand for Zack Snyder's cast. And I'm really excited for this panel today. I got two big Flash guys tonight, so please welcome as I bring this first guy on. He is actually, you know what? I want to see the other guy's reaction to something. So please welcome the producer of this channel who designed the amazing intro that you just saw and designed both my regular background I use and the one I just pulled up for this show. Please welcome as I bring on the Flash of the Cell movement, the good Austin. How are you today, man?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me here on Bat Dan's channel. And I appreciate that, calling me the producer. Yeah, I've done a little bit here and there. And we got some more coming, I'm sure, in the future. But been busy with Cell for sure. Been very busy being the producer of the Syndicate. But I'm just glad to take a minute, take some hours, I guess, and watch the Flash with y'all. Two of the biggest Flash fans that I know, and two of my homies. So yeah, I'm ready for this, man. Thanks for having me.
Anytime, man. Anytime. And I'm really excited to bring this other person on. He always brings such a great vibe of energy to Cell, the MVP of Full Circle and Cell. And he came on actually for my Flash spoiler review, which was, I think, 4 hours, probably one of my longest reviews I've ever done on my channel. And it looks like he's in position, so I better waste no more time. Please welcome as I bring on Josh Herrera.
Am I too soon? What's up?
Almost ran through the screen, bro.
A little bit of a head start.
How are you today, Josh?
Man, I am feeling, tremendous. I mean, there's actually just so much positivity around this movie being on Netflix, right? Like it just kind of further reinforces what this movement has been working towards, right? Like licensed content from Warner Brothers Discovery on a third party like Netflix. I mean, it's such a coincidence, right? That it just happened right now.
Exactly. I mean, this movie is Snyderverse. This movie recognizes the Snyderverse as canon, first of all. And I really wanted to do this watch party because, as we know, the Flash film bombed in the box office. And while I know the Snyder cast is not one of our official asks to Netflix, I still want to help promote the idea that we get as many of the Zack's cast as possible. Preferably everyone, but again, we'll let Netflix and Zack worry about those little details.
Mhm.
But anyways, the point of this is that with all the controversy surrounding Ezra Miller and the box office failing, there's concern that could Ezra be the Flash in ZSJL 2 and 3. But what really motivated me was Mikey Sutton, actually, on Night Shift. Mikey Sutton specifically said, well, 2 reasons why Ezra could still be in ZSJL 2 and 3. 1, Ezra would be a supporting character, not the main character. But 2, on streaming, they don't worry about that as much as they do on theatrically.
Mhm.
So I wanted to really show the engagement for Ezra Miller, especially because I felt bad that Ezra was recast in season 2 of Invincible. D.A. Sinclair, for those of you who don't know, was Ezra Miller in season 1. So obviously, I've been very vocal about my support for Ezra Miller. So I really wanted to do this watch party. And yeah, I love this. I love this. Superman Picks Leak and Superman Lunacy Picks Leak, I should say, and Zack Snyder and Henry Cavill are what's trending.
Gotta love it, right?
Can't escape the shadow, man. You can't escape the shadow.
Exactly. And those pictures, they sucked. I swear in one of those pictures, I saw Superman's bulge sticking out.
Yeah, I know.
You know, I just want to commend and really give a shout out to everybody yesterday who helped cleanse my timeline. It was my birthday yesterday. Shout out to everybody who showed me love. I was starting off a little rough on the timeline from what I was seeing, but over time, all I saw was a beautiful Superman suit worn by Henry freaking Cavill, thanks to Zack Snyder. And so I want to appreciate everybody who blessed the timeline with the real Superman suit.
It was everywhere,
Anytime,
dude.
Austin. And what up, Sin Havoc?
You just said Austin. He meant Josh, though. He meant Josh.
Oh. Anytime, Josh. My God.
Hey, we're wearing similar colors, so it's easy to get us, you know.
I know.
And we got Deadshot in the chat. What up, man?
What's up, Floyd?
Being here. Hey, everyone in the chat. I finally just pulled the chat up. I'm seeing it finally.
So we'll get started in a few minutes. Again, get your Netflix ready while we just kind of talk and give you guys a chance to get ready. But I wanted to show you guys something. I got this when I went to the mall, and I'm gonna put this on.
Hey.
I've been trying to find that, dude.
Nice.
That's sweet.
I just found this at a random store. I was at the mall because I think I had a ice cream craving, I had a craving for a pretzel. That's what it was. I had a pretzel craving.
You went to Auntie Anne's or whatever?
Yeah, Auntie Anne's, the only one that I recognize. Actually, the mall I am at has 2.
Oh, damn.
Nice.
It's the biggest mall in Illinois, indoor mall in Illinois.
That's got to be the most unique Funko diorama that I've seen.
Yeah,
for a movie scene.
yeah.
I was like, are they really gonna make that? And lo and behold, Matt Dan copped it.
I don't have a Flash one, but you'll see where my fandom lies. I'll show you one of my only Funko Pops that I have in my collection. Hold on, got too much stuff up here. But this is Leon was just talking about it yesterday on Hold My DualShocks channel. But this is an ode to what we're going to be doing Oh,
Hey,
Here, let me take the banner down real quick.
it's hard to see with my
Shadow
the
of Fallen
glare.
Angel.
And this is, Spike, the moment where Spike and Vicious meet, and Spike's got the gun towards Vicious, and Vicious has a sword towards Spike. And it's got the whole church background scene. So same thing, dude. Same thing that you have with the Flash, but just as unique. This is the only one that I have. The only Funko Pop that I own is a Cowboy Bebop. So it's Cowboy Bebop and the Flash right underneath. So you're showing your fandom with that Funko, and I definitely need to get that. So if you see another one, let me know.
I will. I definitely will. And hold on, we got. Oh man.
Show and tell. Oh, show and tell. Let's go. Yeah.
We're doing show and tell. So yeah, I had to get the I guess it's some kind of special one of Flash. He's kind of like got like a shine to him, and of course the unmasked Keaton. These I think I got both at GameStop. So yeah, gotta spread the love for our boy Barry Allen, right?
Exactly. Gotta show support for Barry Allen. Show support for. We got 2 Batmen in this movie, and Wonder Woman making a brief cameo, Supergirl, and it just.
I got one thing that y'all don't though.
Oh,
But you should go get it if you haven't yet.
oh, you got it already?
No, I made this before.
Oh,
I made this before.
like,
This is,
damn.
nah. This
Think
is
to the
just,
people, turn that around quick.
nah, not yet. It's on its way. But this is the current design that's on our Into the People shirts at intothepeople.com/sells_ZSJL. Support AFSP, support the Cell movement, support Zack Snyder. It's pretty easy. Everything goes hand in hand. And the messaging, I don't know. You tell me. I mean, I've yet to see an explanation of all the messages I put in here for everybody.
Mm,
Maybe
Yes.
even a little restore reference. I don't know. A little hint.
oh.
Anyways,
We need a world's greatest detective or something.
I'm just saying, dude. I thought we had some Batman out in this community.
Yeah, I'm not as good of a detective as actual Batman.
Leon can't participate because he actually knows all the answers. I told the cool table everything that I put in there. That's part of the reason why they dig it so much, because they're like, damn, dude. So yeah, I'm still waiting for someone to decode all of that. Support AFSP.
Yes, sir. That's what it's all about.
Exactly.
Right?
For AFSP. That's the most important thing, because
some
we
cool
support
shit.
we support Zack Snyder, we support everything, and we know that this is a cause that's important to him.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And every single dollar that we raise, whether it be one shirt or 50 shirts, it all goes to suicide prevention, and it actually all goes towards the tally that Zack Snyder fans have put towards. So last year, I don't know if you guys remember, and I selfishly am always thinking about this movement because obviously of what we do, but AFSP last year put out the fact that we had surpassed $1.1 million raised for suicide prevention. That was
Wow.
after our 2 campaigns that we had. And obviously there was other campaigns running at the same time too. Full circle happened with that. But in that number, our first Cell campaign and then the campaigns afterwards with Noel Leon Flores all added into that $1.1 million. So and that's why we built the connections that we did with the Ink to the People, and they know it's not just, oh, we're not just some random campaign for AFSP, which is great. Any like campaign out there, amazing, but they know that we're Zack Snyder fans, and they know why and how do I know that? Because Necron had to speak with, and they spoke with Zack's people in order to get. Yes, and that is the second installment. I have mine in the shirt. Yes. Oh, that's the gold one, the all colored. Yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that. Look at that.
Since we're doing show and tell.
That limited edition. That limited edition, bro.
Yeah.
That's so nice.
And since we're showing off Cell shirts,
Yes, sir. That's one of my favorites.
I'm gonna try this again.
Yes.
This just
It looks
shows
so
like
cool.
how much work and effort, this community has done, right? There's so many versions of this campaign that you guys have done, Austin, that is going to a cause that is very important to the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to everyone who rocks out with this community, because it's all going to something to impact the greater good of the world.
Absolutely, absolutely, and even like more home base, like the greater good of uh the United States. I know AFSP is working on international and all that, but they are the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and I don't want that to be lost, because there's a lot of Americans that just get glossed over when everyone's worrying about foreign affairs. There's so many Americans that just don't get the light of day or don't get attention for what they're going through. And that's why the suicide rate is so high. So that's why these things matter, and that's why you matter. If you're watching this right now and you're in the chat, you freaking matter. So thank you for being here. Thank you for engaging with us, engaging with Netflix, now, in the past, or in the future. Appreciate y'all. So thank you. Oh, he put the link in the chat. Boom. And
and
there's even more.
I'll put it in the description after the stream is over.
If you click on that, the messaging starts with the colors of the shirts. If y'all notice, you got the brightest day or you got the blackest night. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Maybe we'll get the real Snyder cut on Netflix.
That was my ode to Wayne T. Like, this shirt, I really try to culminate everything. And that was my ode right there, is the name of the shirts.
And Sin Havoc brings up a good point here.
Yeah. All they said was to leave out the Netflix part to avoid copyright, right? That should have given people some idea of the traction of the cell movement. Exactly. Same reason why Zack left Netflix out of signing Sky's posters, because he didn't want to jinx it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, man,
exactly,
so good to be true. And you can see that after hearing that, and then from Mikey, by the way, he's the one who told us that. After hearing that and then going back and watching the video where Sky asked him to sign it, Zack's like, oh shit, am I really about to do this? That's why he looks at him, he's like, I can't fucking do this. Like, nah, I can't do it. Yeah. That's why he stops. Like, he's like, oh, are we really about to do this right now? He's like, no, I can't. And that's the moment that Zack went through. So yeah, man, we've done so much. And if it wasn't for this campaign, there still would be that narrative out there that Zack doesn't want to do DC. They would have taken that screenshot of him replying to a different comment on Vero saying that he's done with DC. I don't know if y'all remember that. That was a whole moment people took and ran with. And if it wasn't for us asking the question prior to that, knowing that prior, and then after, and just keeping the drive on all the way to the point where he's at a Rebel Moon premiere, and by a foreign media outlet, he's being asked about if Netflix got the rights to the DC universe. And that's not even what he was asked, actually. Excuse me. Let me repeat myself. He was asked about continuing DC on Netflix, and he's like, and Zack himself then said, oh yeah, if Netflix got the rights to the characters in my DC universe, yeah, absolutely. Zack said that, and that's all because of all the work that we've all done, getting this known, pushing this out, doing these engagements events week in, week out, night in, night out. For some people on the other side of the world, day in, day out. So it all matters. And when people trying to minimize it and vilify it in any sort of way, that's why you see the reaction from a lot of us online to things that have been said in the past week. So obviously, nobody wants to do any dirty work, as it were. But sometimes you got to get your hands dirty, and you have to keep the foundation strong and intact. And you see a crack, you got to go, fix that crack and get your hands dirty. So that's just kind of really what it is. Just not even defending, but really just putting the truth out there for everyone to see, everything that we've done. So they can't take away all the efforts on all the things that we've accomplished in a year and a half. I mean, there's just so many things that just stack up one after the other that is attributed to the cell movement. So that's why you're seeing what you're seeing. If you have any questions, hopefully that answered you guys. And I wanted to say, I have so much love and admiration for everybody out there and who's, like I said, here today, here in the future, because they didn't put the Flash movie on Netflix for no reason.
Nope.
There's
Not
a
at
reason.
all.
And there's the second alley oop, actually, because they gave us another alley oop not too long ago with Scavenger's Reign, which is a animated HBO Max original that they got to put on Netflix so we can watch it on Cartoons and Cereal on the week. And what's the importance of that? It's an Max original, which Zack Snyder's Justice League is. So that's the synergistic thing of that. And if you can't read through the tea leaves, like we can't lead you. We can't drink the water for you. We led you to the water. You gotta drink. But it's all these things are important. It's all like little messages from Netflix that they're really working on it. And I was talking with the boys earlier today. I think this whole deal with Netflix shows being put on at the Fright Fest at Six Flags this year, Stranger Things and Army of the Dead. I don't know if y'all know, but the parent company of Six Flags is Premier Parks, which is a partner of WB, and Warner Brothers is the biggest business partner with Six Flags.
Yep.
Oh.
So the fact that Netflix properties are showing up at Six Flags is a huge deal. It means they're working on stuff. It means they got deals together. It means they're negotiating. It means money's crossing hands already. So it's just a matter of time before they really get that golden goose. And I think that's really what all this is for. Like, why attach yourself to a dying company? Why do anything of these deals with a dying company that's going to be sold off in a couple of years? And it's because, one, Warner Brothers needs to gain some value back before they try and sell off so they can maximize whatever profit they're going to get. But two, it's also for Netflix to have a chance to bring their streaming digital media into the physical world. And in the future, when they have a property as big as a DC franchise, they're going to want to have stuff like rides after it. They're going to want to have stuff like merchandise. They're going to want your kid, and you're as a father, you're going to want to go, or a mother or whatever. You're going to want to go with your niece, your nephew, your kids to the theme park and see stuff that you can enjoy together, which is ultimately going to be Zack Snyder's DC universe that's, done by Netflix. And I think obviously it's a good play for Six Flags. And if Warner Brothers, can't put the ego down for themselves and say, yeah, we're going to use some Netflix stuff over here too, at least they'll let their daughter companies do it. And in other areas, like Six Flags is kind of like their daughter company, as it were. So it's a huge thing. These are big things that are going on. Deals are being made. It's in the works. And to say that nothing is going on in this space of cell is just to be ignorant at this point. So yeah.
Don't forget Dark Side.
Wait, yeah, Dark Side tweeting the cell hashtag. Right. But for as far as the Six Flags part, what are you guys' thoughts on that? I don't know if you guys even thought about that angle with it.
I haven't had a lot of chance to really think about it because I kind of briefly saw it, but I'm working, so I can't really fully in depth see it. But I did see Army of the Dead on coming to Six Flags. I'm like, wow, that's something. Again, that's showing demand for Zack's work, which is huge. Because I always say with Cell, we want to show demand for these core things: Zack Snyder, the DC brand, and Zack's cast. And Six Flags is showing that engagement to Zack Snyder's cast or to Zack Snyder's work, Army of the Dead. I think it's huge. I think it's really huge, and Oh, yep. We know.
I
But
mean, yeah,
yeah,
for me, like that, I didn't get to actually like look at the locations, Austin, but I was like, I have two here in Texas. There's two locations. There's one in Dallas
there's
and San
two.
Antonio, down the road. And so I was like,
Wow.
oh, is there going to be one in like what near me? So I need to like do some more research. And it's funny because like I have this weird thing where I hate watching scary movies. Like I hate them,
Me too.
but I love haunted houses. Like
Really,
it's so
Really?
it doesn't make any sense
That
at all.
doesn't.
I'm the other way
I
around.
But I
hate
was like,
everything about
I'm
it.
going. If there's one, I'm going, like for sure.
I get in the tactical mode whenever I get scared, so I can't be around those things.
Yeah.
I've hit a lot of people on accident, we will say.
You're probably banned then, aren't you?
Oh, I no, well, they just kindly asked me to stop, and I was like, I kindly ask you to get the chainsaw away from me, sir.
Yeah, chainsaw's the
There's actually a
limit,
Six
but
Flags not too far from me. I closest one to me is Great America in Gurnee, Illinois.
Well, it's safe to say that you're gonna see probably more Stranger Things because obviously the more well known it's been out for longer. But the fact that they're doing stuff with Army of the Dead, and there's been talks, recently from Zach himself about Planet of the Dead, it just that's more confirmation that Netflix is invested in that IP in general, right? And then the Netflix, on the other hand, is invested in Zack Snyder too. So the reason why we're over at Netflix is because Netflix is over at Zach's crib. They're just like, yo, man, let us in, dude. What you working on? What you doing?
and like did y'all hear that announcement about the store experience that they're doing in like Dallas and in Pennsylvania? There's two like huge like stores that Netflix is basically turning into like a
What up,
fan
Leon?
experience. Hey,
I,
I
Batman,
heard
another
something
Batman.
about that.
man,
What exactly is it with
I'll
that?
go to Pennsylvania. I didn't know
Yeah, it's
that.
some kind of I don't know back then. It's just more like unless they're taking over and making a little like shopping mall type experience where you go and they're advertising of course like Stranger Things, Squid Game, and something a Bridgerton or something. But I'm sure they're gonna rotate depending on the properties, right? If they have those two
Right,
locations, they're gonna whatever is coming out, they're
right,
gonna definitely, flip in photo
dude.
ops, merchandise exclusive.
They could build a little theater in there, probably.
Yeah, exactly. So
That's
who knows?
cool. Damn, I didn't know about that. Damn, because everything that's happening with Netflix is usually nowhere near where I am. So, the fact that there's one in Pennsylvania, damn, I'll drive. I'll
Yeah,
go there.
right.
You know what I mean?
Gotta give us
Especially
the
if there's some Rebel Moon stuff there, I'm going, dude.
that's what I'm saying.
I'm going instantly. I'm really, really eager to see what happens with their New Jersey studios and when that gets up and running, because I'm sure there's got to be some kind of like tour, for fans eventually. And so I want to get in there. I want to go see all the sets and whatnot and what they're working on at Netflix, because they're about the art, man. It's
Mhm.
not really about them, and they're going to profit off of their art, obviously. And they're now getting into their profit model is so well, they haven't needed to really merchandise that much at all, really. I mean, you've seen them do it with a few properties that people really like, yo, I want a shirt. And other people are probably making their own. You have those foreign country brands that just, make the knockoffs or whatever. So Netflix probably were like, shit, we got to make shirts. They're stealing our stuff and we're not making, and like they're getting money that we can have basically. But now they're really diving into that physical media space. And the importance of that, not only is it like, yo, now we can get Netflix stuff, but they're like creating for the future, they're creating nostalgia. And they're gonna these moments that they're gonna have like at Six Flags. Oh, remember we went to the Army of the Dead and Stranger Things? Oh, remember that? That was so fun. And then the same thing with this Pennsylvania and the store experience. And what you said the other one was gonna be in Texas or something?
Dallas. In
Dallas.
Dallas. Yeah.
So the same thing with that. They're creating experiences for you to remember, to be nostalgic about. And even like these shows that are so successful, they give you a reminder of like when you go to these physical spaces, you're like, oh damn man, I gotta go watch that again. and then they get engagement on top of that and get a view on their platform for you wanting that. So, and not only that, word of mouth has done good for them, right? For Netflix, but when you have a physical space for people to walk up to that don't maybe not be online all the time or may not have a Netflix because at some point in the past they're like, Netflix doesn't have what I want anymore. So maybe they, you know, cancel the Netflix and never got a new one, never had a reason to. But maybe now these events will give you the reason to do that. And I think part of it is they're going to be like, are you a Netflix subscriber?
Mm,
You get like discounts and stuff at these
Yep.
events. So, and if you can't prove with your own password, it's going to make you buy your own account to have these discounts and to get into these Netflix exclusive engagement events. You're welcome, by the way, Netflix.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Like they're showing these are all, like you said, Austin, for fans. Like it's all it's opening the doors. Just being at the Rebel Moon premiere, there was the store attached to the Egyptian theater. And Sky, you know, obviously showed people in the community some of what it was like meeting Zack in that store. But they showed displays of like some of the Rebel Moon costumes, and they had exclusive merch and like Squid Game. They had like a whole section about that, things you could touch and interact and take pictures with. So it's all about the fans. So why wouldn't you want to be over here where the fans are treated good and not being spit in the face?
Right. There's no gatekeeping. There's no gatekeeping either over here. Anybody, first come, first serve. That's how Netflix treats it.
Yep, exactly.
That's why I love the sell movement, though, is because we're giving Netflix our engagement. That's the idea. Because I know, like, a lot of people say, well, don't you need Warner Brothers to sign off on it? Absolutely. We eventually do need that. But that's Netflix's job to worry about that. We're not going to give Warner Brothers the engagement in the meantime, though, while the deal is being made. That's the key thing. And Austin, you said something very key about merchandising. That's another thing Netflix could deal with Warner Brothers to sweeten the deal a little bit. Make a merchandising deal off ZSJL 2 and 3. Because it's more than just the licensing fee. It's more than just the movie. It's the merchandising. That's huge. And Warner Brothers, again, they're strapped for cash. They need this money. And, you know, here's something I kind of thought of too. One thing I'm kind of worried about is, you know, Gunn being DC co-head. Could Gunn try to give notes on the DC stuff? Again, I don't know how all that works, but what I do know is no matter what, remember with Justice League, Zack shot his own stuff in addition to what he was told to do. So even, let's just say that somehow Gunn has influence over ZSJL 2 and 3 on Netflix. Zack can film his own stuff, and by the time Gunn is fired, he can show the true version. So Netflix could just be like, oh yeah, sure, Gunn, yeah, you can give all the notes you want, and Netflix can be like, okay, Zack, quickly, just film some of your own stuff here, and just film some of Gunn's stuff. We know Gunn's going to be fired by the time this comes out anyway, so
don't worry, we'll pay for it. Yeah, you're exactly right. I mean, and then I wouldn't be surprised if Netflix had that understanding with already, like going into this, like, yo, if they tell me any studio notes, we'll nod our heads and smile, but we're doing what the fuck we're doing. And there's gonna be like some compromises in this. I do want, like, some people with sell Snyder versus Netflix, sells ZSJL to Netflix. Got some speed sickness right there real quick. But some people think with that it's going to be the story that they already know from the storyboards. But we if you've been following along, and if you haven't, let me fill you in. Zack's got new storyboards, and he wouldn't have released those to the public had he not had a new idea. And why would he do the exact same idea when Marvel copied it for Infinity War and Endgame? Like,
exactly.
He's obviously not going to do that. He's going to one-up himself. And why would you want Zack Snyder from 10 years ago to do what Zack Snyder is doing now, because obviously he's got 10 more years of experience, knowledge, and wisdom, so he can make this way better. Had it not, and you take those 10 years out, we take out the fact that he is capable of filming 2 movies back to back and producing 4 movies out of that. So you got to really think to yourself, do you want that? I mean, it would be cool. I also would love to see what his idea is now of what the final 2 movies looks like, because it could be a lot different. And on Netflix, he might have to do some different things too. Might have to concede some characters. Who knows? We're not sure. Like, that's not for us to figure out. We want the obviously the original 6 and the Trinity, but outside of that, we might not know who we are. I should say the original 8, because I want to include Green Lantern and Martian Manhunter in that. Because I think it's a game changer having the Green Lanterns there and Kilowog at the end. So yeah, it's just
Dark side, you got to.
yeah, exactly. Don't go into this saying no compromises as far as storyline goes, and don't go into this if you're new here expecting that you know what the story is going to be. The best part about Zack Snyder films is being surprised. I want to tell you that, first and foremost, because there's so many films, we watch so many of them that you can predict what's going to happen, right? You're like, this is happening. This is happening. The only thing that I know from Zack Snyder films is that if he's showing us too much of one character, they're dying for sure. That's the only thing I know. That's the only thing. But besides that, I think just to reiterate, man, what we do is like nothing but positivity. It makes us feel amazing, from top to bottom, inside and out. And we've met some real genuine people out of these, events, out of these times, and out of all the time we put in. So don't let anybody discredit it, and don't believe everything you read, son. It's if you're reading hate out there on the internet, because we got mad love for you, and we appreciate everybody doing whatever they're doing to progress this thing forward.
Well said, Austin. Well said. This is why I love having you on here. You always give the great speeches such as this. Explain exactly what Cell is, why it matters, and honestly, I honestly could listen to you all day, to be honest. And Sin Havoc, just to clarify, what is this IP you speak of? I know what it is, but just for the people who are new, explain what this IP you're talking about is. And I just kind of want to remind everyone that there's a special surprise that even Josh and Austin do not know about after the movie, after the watch party. There's a special announcement, just something really fun that one of our colleagues is working on. Not related to Cell, but still a really cool, fun project that will be really awesome. And actually, it does in some way indirectly tie to the Flash movie. Well, just you'll see. You'll see exactly.
All right, looking forward to it.
But okay, so Sin Havoc here. For those who don't know, the ZSJL and DCEU are separate IPs. Zodwriter has confirmed this in his research for Pause Not Stopped. But basically, there's the Snyderverse and the DCEU. The only movie that plays double duty for both IPs is Man of Steel. BVS Theatrical, DCEU. BVS Ultimate Edition, Snyderverse. And then Justice League, self-explanatory. Mm-hmm. So that means if Netflix were to get the rights to the ZSJL IP, very likely, and I know what we're thinking with the Slash movie, there's a loophole I thought of with that, though. But basically, the only movies that and this is kind of my inference from this, mind you, but if this is a separate IP, my guess is when we get ZSJL 2 and 3, the only movies Zach may legally be allowed to reference are Man of Steel, Batman v Superman Ultimate Edition, and Zack Snyder's Justice League. So, what does this mean for the Flash movie? Suicide Squad. David Ayer's version, I mean. Well, yes, those are DCEU IP, but if, let's say, Netflix got the rights to director's cuts of those movies, the Ayer cut and the Muschietti cut, those would likely be separate IP outside of the DCEU. See where I'm getting at? So if again, a lot of this is inference on my part, so don't like run gospel with this. So that means that if Netflix got the rights to the ZSJL IP, the Ayer cut and the Muschietti cut, ZSJL 2 and 3 could, in theory, reference those versions of the movie. So, and Iron Will Fitness, Zod Rider has said this publicly, so I can say this now. Unfortunately, Mikey Sutton was the one who was able to verify a lot of Zod Rider sources. So that book's kind of in limbo right now, unfortunately, because if Zod Rider were to publish the book at this moment, he could get sued by Warner Brothers because he can't just run, unfortunately, with these somewhat said, because that's unfortunately just how the stuff works. And
you can't get the quotes verified.
Thank you, Leon. So we're going to get started here pretty soon because it's 42 minutes in, but time flies when you're having fun, when you're having these great discussions. So again, so we're watching this on Netflix, guys. So get your Netflix queued up, get the movie started, and watch on Netflix. Unless I know, like Qatar, you don't have it on Netflix, so you can watch it outside of Netflix. We won't exclude you, but if you have it on Netflix, watch it on Netflix because we're showing the demand for Zack Snyder's cast. We're showing the demand, especially for Ezra Miller, the star of this movie, and the one who, in my opinion, needs the most support. So we're going to get started here in about 30 seconds. So
all zeros.
Let's get some thumbs up in the chat. Exactly, Leon. Zod can't say, trust me, bro. Like some people. So, yep. Zod Rider has integrity. That's the one thing I'll say. Zod Rider has integrity. But yeah, also, Zod, if he does trust me, bro, he can get sued, unlike some other people.
See, what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is what I'm saying. Believe what I'm saying. Oh, I'm just gonna say it. All right. Anyways.
So let's get some thumbs up in the chat. You guys are ready? And what up, Brucifer?
Kingdom of Nerds, my fellow upstate New Yorker.
We have about 50 people in the chat right now on Twitter and X. So we'll say 5 thumbs up. So I want 5 thumbs up, people. So
at least
all zeros.
Wait.
Get the flash up.
Sin Havoc, really? Hey, Sin Havoc, is there any chance at all they could be doing reshoots in the Flash movie Muschietti cut to include Zack Snyder's Henry Allen?
I don't know if they need to do the reshoots. I think they just need to cut it in there. I think they already filmed it. Because
Wait, you mean with Billy Crudup, you're saying?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't let you finish. With him, that would be a whole different thing, man. That would be amazing if they could. I mean, it's only a couple of scenes that he's in there.
Exactly. It would be easy to do. I mean, I think they should have just honestly left Henry Allen out of the original filming and just put it in post-production because he's not in it that much. It'd be easy to do, especially there's a lot of, like the prison scene, for example. He's not even in the same shot as Ezra.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So,
yeah, I remember after it was announced that he was going to be recast, Zach slyly posted on Vero, I love the scene of Billy Crudup in CSGO, and it's like, I love Billy Crudup. So I think that's kind of like a little way that reinforces your theory about Dan. Like,
what do you mean that depends, Sin Havoc?
One Punch Dan.
Yeah, so it's a little inside joke, Austin. Josh, you were on the stream, Army of Thieves. You were doing an Army of Thieves review with Zod Rider, and I was making a joke about the beginning of the movie, how I want to punch some Karens, like those Karens in the beginning of the movie at the bank yelling at Dieter.
Oh, yeah.
And then I think it was Sin Havoc, who started the name One Punch Dan. So it kind of became a little inside joke now, which let's just say it's actually going to explain this backstory. So anyways, I think we got enough thumbs up in the chat, so we're going to get started. We are going to be doing a countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, play.
Love this intro.
Hold on a second.
Mine's going, bro.
It starts in a flash, man. This movie just goes.
Oh, this is the I forget about this scene. This is one of my favorites.
Hopefully that like 10 seconds of music did not get me copyright by Warner Brothers.
Nah, I think you're good. And this is just like straight out of the pet, the little pet store scene, right? From ZSJO. It's kind of similar in my opinion. He's just like,
Oh yeah, same vibe.
lick.
It's Central City, yeah.
Yeah. So it kind of got that similar look in my opinion, just the layout.
I think that's honestly just on the Warner Brothers lot.
Yeah, probably.
He's like, I'm gonna kill you. Nah.
Shout out to Jeremy Irons, my favorite Alfred.
I love how Alfred is incorporated into this movie.
Mm-hmm. And the hanger with the flying box.
Little details, right? There he is. This is how you
Oh my goodness, sorry.
show the lived-in world, right? Like this is like a day in the life of the Justice League for Barry Allen, exactly.
Yeah, seriously, that's why I loved it. I love this beginning part. Oh my god, the fan! This is great. This is great.
It makes sense.
I love you.
Poor dude.
Oh man, that suit looks so good.
It does. Unlike some other ones.
Skin tight.
It actually fits.
Oh, here's the best scene of all time for
Dude.
Flash.
Seeing this in 4DX.
Oh, I feel like I'm back there. I gotta turn my music all the way up.
I had chills. Chills.
Yep.
So good. Like I know you can critique some of the CGI, but in my opinion, this is amazing.
This looks amazing, dude.
Right? Like, and DJ worked on this, right? So
I think that was him just running across the Great Lake, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah.
That might have been like one of the Great Lakes over there, because I know that their Gotham is supposed to be DC universe-wise. It's like Chicago area.
Yeah, that one, yeah.
Yeah, but I know in this version, like Gotham and Metropolis are
across from each other. Yeah, that's true. This
and
is
then
kind of like San
Metropolis is like New
Francisco.
York, so it's
Yeah, but he
There
said
it
Zach's like, I kind of want it to be like San Francisco and Oakland. Well, that's pretty cool.
Flying Fox.
But then how are you gonna have snow, dude?
Yeah.
By the way, I apologize in advance with the headphones. I may not hear everything all the time, so
That's all right.
just warning you.
I'm seeing Alberto Falcone in Getaway Cars. Is that what you're seeing? Batfleck.
And
right
just
Yeah.
Qatar, we're approaching 0440. So timestamps won't be exact because if I try to do exact, I'll be like changing it every word of the sentence. So
I love the little detail that it's if you're a Long Halloween fan, Alberto Falcone. Falcone.
Yeah, the little mention. Falcone's idiot kid.
And I'm pretty sure because I saw several screenings of The Flash. I don't think it was on the first one that I saw that line.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because I noticed it on the subsequent screenings. I was like, wait, did he say? Or maybe I just didn't catch it, you know?
Yeah.
Like, did he say Falcon? I remember asking Sky about it. I was like, do you remember what he said? He's like, no, I don't remember.
That's what I always love when I do a watch party in the dark. You can kind of see where we are just with the lighting of the movie. Like, you can see it.
Reflective.
I
mean, it does make you kind of feel for the dude, right? Because it is kind of like this. Like,
it is.
He's
That's
such
what-
a powerful character, but he gets tasked with.
I've always felt like they've used him as a tool, and then the character of Barry always gets pushed aside. That's why, like, he's such a tortured guy.
Yeah, I mean, it would make sense, you know.
Especially when the Flash is probably the most powerful member of the Justice League.
I think, in my opinion, he is the most powerful, but that's a little biased.
Well, I mean,
Superman can't turn back time. Sorry.
Yep.
Well, I mean, here's an example that proves your point, though, Austin. Remember Justice League Unlimited, the episode where Flash and Lex Luthor switched bodies?
Yeah.
You saw how, like, no one could stop Luthor in Flash's body. You got a smart guy
using his powers. Yeah. That's why Godspeed's fucking scary.
Yeah, right.
You know what's funny is that these shots of Batfleck and Alfred are probably some of the only shots in the movie where you don't see Ezra. Because there was like this whole conversation of, are they going to Back to the Future it with Ezra? Or Eric Stoltz said, but it's like, you see how little shots that Ezra's not in. That'd be impossible. That would might as well just shelve the movie at that point.
I mean, he's a phenomenal Barry Allen, and I'm glad
absolutely
that we've got to see this performance. And if we get the Muschietti cut, we'll get to see more that we didn't get to see.
And in ZSJL 2 and 3, I'm sure we'll see more.
Mm-hmm.
Because Zack Snyder said he has shown support for both Ezra Miller and Amber Heard. So, right or wrong, whether you like it or not, Zack will definitely work with those two again, if given the chance.
Here's your Funko.
Ezra would be in ZSJL 2 or 3 before Amber would.
Oh,
I was talking about the concessions that might have to be made. She might have to be one of them, but
I know. I'm just going off Zack Snyder's words right now.
Yeah, no, right. And he's been very vocal about it, so I wouldn't be surprised if both of them are there and there's no concessions made. Here it is.
I don't get the hate for this scene. You see Barry Allen in work, actually using his brain.
Yeah. Look at all that he's having to, calculate and like time and just like, of course he's going to be a little neurotic in his, personal life. Like he has to constantly like
deal with other people's shit.
Mm-hmm.
Some people complain about the CGI of this scene, but I didn't really see too many issues. They can't make the babies too realistic.
Yeah.
So
yeah, the babies are the only thing I really noticed.
Yeah, that's the only thing.
There's another bad CGI scene that when it comes up, I'm definitely going to bring up because I do have a counter to that.
Okay.
Let's just say I understood what Andy Muschietti meant about the bad CGI.
Too. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. I think, in my opinion.
You're saying here. I agree.
But I knew what Andy Muschietti meant before he actually said
it. Word. Oh, taco.
I love that he's taking care of himself,
Yeah. You gotta put your mask on before you can put their mask on.
Yep, exactly.
See, the microwave, again, it's protecting the baby from the fire. And I like that Zach... See, one thing Andy Muschietti did well is he incorporated Zach's rules of physics, that Barry cannot pick people up without incinerating them or whatever.
Not the doggo. And he's doing this like perfectly.
And I love those little effects that you can tell when he pushes an object and you see like the blue kind of like
the blue because it's going faster. Yeah. And it's got some heat on it probably too.
Mm-hmm. The unstable speed force that we saw in ZSJL, right? It doesn't have the wing tech.
It's it's in motion. Even faster. And well, we both well, the three of us know why this scene got so much hate. It's because of the false actual smear campaign that was put on it.
Yep.
With the reversal of this scene of him putting a baby back into the microwave afterwards and having the lady scream.
Oh yeah, and you know what really pissed me off is that a lot of these accounts for doing this were accounts that claimed to support Ezra Miller during all the allegations, and they're doing this.
Yeah.
It's like, how? Like, what are they thinking doing that?
This is hilarious.
I mean, and if you have problems with the tone, like your point, Good Austin, I always loved how you said it. Like, this is literally a Flash movie. So the tone is going to fit the Flash's character.
Exactly. That scene right there at the end gave me complete Justice League Unlimited, Justice League animated series vibe with Wally. Like that was a little ode to Wally right there. And at the end where he's like, seek mental health services. The Justice League isn't very good at that yet. Trust me.
Hey, and it shows, it kind of like Barry he has a big heart. That scene, I love this.
Yes. Oh my God, this scene. Yes.
This is fucking. This is Batman. I'm sorry.
Let's go, dude.
Look at him.
Boom. Taking hits.
Unstuck.
Why does he have armor on? Oh. Dude. Missing signs and shit. I don't know, dude. Watching the CGI here on my screen, I don't see any flaws right now. Yeah. That was sick. Oh. Heads up. Relentless. Batman. I'm outie. Imagine being Batman right there. Like, oh, cool.
Hey, that grapple is consistent. Same grapple we saw on BBS, CSJO.
I just thought, why did he do that? Why did he drive off? It's like, oh, because he wasn't near the brake.
Right.
He had no way to stop it.
He was in the passenger or behind him.
Yeah, in the middle or whatever.
There she is.
Yes.
See, it's so funny. People are forgetting that Ben Affleck actually praised this scene right here.
He loves it.
See, people forget Wonder Woman was probably the only person who probably get away with doing this to Batman.
Oh, yeah.
Not get in trouble for it. Like if Flash did that to Batman, he would be pooping in his pants.
Oh, he's a Flash.
Yep, DCEU, but not the Snyderverse.
Like, there's no way to recover from that. Just let it go.
It's so funny. They don't actually say Al Falcone in the movie, but the subtitles actually say Al Falcone.
Yeah, he's in the. I think it's in the credits. That's how I found out it was. I was like, "Is it who I think it is?" And I was like, "Oh." And then there was like an interview that came out with the actor who,
nice,
said that there were lines where they talked about his dad or something, but
okay,
got cut.
So you're basically saying release the Muschietti cuts.
Hell yeah! But sells the SGL to Netflix, sells Snyderverse to Netflix more so.
I meant that in sentence, not hashtag.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And if you are a Flash fan, which we all are, you know these are some important cameos.
I just love this. The boss's excuses.
Yeah, I like his like friends or whatever that aren't his friends.
Patty Spigot and uh, Albert Desmond.
Yep. Patty, the actress, is guess what? Star of a Netflix show.
Interesting.
Oh, the actress who plays Iris West.
No, she's star of a Netflix show. She's in Dairy Girls. It's a
Oh yeah.
show about Irish teens basically during the revolution or whatever they had with the IRA and all that during the 90s and 80s.
Shout out to Austin for always being a big Netflix fan. And
When I tell you I'm a Netflix household, I mean it, bro.
This is why it's so perfect to have the Flash. I have a Flash and Netflix guy for the Flash Netflix watch party.
Yes, sir. I love this.
Yeah, Kirstie Kelton was someone who really was really thankful for Ezra Miller standing up for her.
When the way that she said his name, whoo,
Barry Allen.
Barry Allen.
My two favorite scenes in ZSJL are, of course, the meeting, Song of the Siren, and of course, Speed Force scene.
Yeah, right.
Oscar-winning Speed Force.
Yeah, those are two. I agree. Like those are probably two of the best Flash scenes ever.
Yeah. He's like, no, you didn't see me. Actually, you just crashed your car, and you ended up fine afterwards.
You were just thinking about me and you're so
right.
Shout out to the superheroes. They got to gaslight some people.
They got to, right? They don't mean to, but they got to for the greater good.
Let me protect you. And it all connects, right? Like this kind of, he honored, Muschietti honored the storyline that was picked up from ZSJL, right? Like, I love that. Because I think a few years have gone by from ZS.
Yeah, just a few. You could tell by the way that Batman is too. Like,
yeah, he's more comfortable and able to go home for breakfast because the Flash helped him save the day, save Gotham City. So
exactly,
it makes sense when you have a Justice League helping you out and save the world.
And Alfred is the one who's directing all of it.
Guy in the chair.
And all the things that Batman had to do by himself, he can just call for backup now.
This Batman learns to accept help.
In Zack Snyder's Justice League.
But it's just so funny because you never really see Batman having the Justice League help him for his Gotham City problems. Except here.
Hey.
That's true.
Yeah. See, this guy just doesn't do it for me as much as Billy Crudup does.
He was a good, like, he looks enough like him, but yeah, I mean, I love Billy Crudup. Like,
nah, he's too doofy dad to me. Billy Crudup wouldn't forget the tomatoes at the store. That's the type of Barry Allen's dad that we got. He's at Iron Heights.
He always gives me what is that? Was he in Office Space? Office Space, right?
Yeah.
Just saying, this scene right here would be so easy to replace with Billy Crudup because you don't see Ezra at all. And a voiceover I think is easy to kind of do fix an editing.
Oh yeah.
See, it's the emotion that Ezra portrays. That's what really makes it for me.
He's such a great actor. Like, you know, everything that came around and didn't have to do with the actual art and performance. It's just noise, in my opinion. Got
Mhm.
you know got dispelled. If you didn't know, do your own research. But everything was dispelled. So
Yeah, right. Ezra's not in jail.
yep, Ezra's living his best life.
He's a free man.
Exactly. I still need to do that stream. I announced I was going to do a stream a while ago, kind of updating about like my thoughts on the whole Ezra Miller situation, but it's so hard to like. I have to like get that together though, because it's more than just kind of like kind of bringing it up here, but to do a whole stream dedicated, I have to really like get the research together to really, give a great show about it.
Right.
Because I think it's important to do. Because I think a lot of YouTubers spread this stuff because it gives them engagement. Like most of the YouTubers don't really believe this stuff, but it gives them good engagement. That's why they do it.
We're doing it for the love, for the art,
Yes, sir.
for the people, man.
For the people.
Exactly. And actually, Ezra follows my personal account. Back when like Ezra first got their account, they started following, I think, just all the accounts that followed them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I DM'd him once, and he liked one of my message. I don't know what I said or something. It was before all the stuff had happened, but it was basically like, "You're the best Flash of all time."
He's got a lot of love and a lot of supporters. I'm still, because of my love for the movie, like I get literally every day, probably multiple times a day, get tagged by Ezra Miller fan accounts and Instagram stories and stuff.
Yeah, right.
Like, thanks. So there's still love for Ezra Miller's Barry Allen.
Same here. And you know what's, remember when John Wesley Shipp stood up for Ezra Miller? John Wesley Shipp actually doubled down, even commenting under one of my posts. Sox Bulletin was asking if I saw the John Wesley Shipp series. I said I hadn't seen it, but John Wesley Shipp has huge respect for me for standing up for Ezra Miller. And then John Wesley Shipp responded with a prayer emoji.
Nice.
Everyone in this cast stood by him. Like, think about it. So if there was smoke, if some people would have spoke out, right, and been like, "Oh, well, no, he's like," nobody said.
Zack Snyder stands by Ezra.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So
that's all I need. That's all I need right there.
Exactly.
Debbie and Zack.
The only like public figure who ever stood against Ezra, and I actually have zero respect for this woman, was Issa Rae. But Issa Rae showed she did not know about the situation because her big argument against Ezra, her big argument was listen to women. And I'm not going to go into that controversy on whether or not you should. I'm saying in this instance, the women spoke in favor of Ezra Miller. So that's the last argument you use if you're going to go against Ezra Miller.
Yeah, right. That's what I was saying. I was like, what do you mean? The woman was on his side. This is so cool. This is the Speed Force.
Good.
This is 100% of the Speed Force.
I was like, oh.
Can't see nothing. Yeah, when feeling this in the seat and everything.
Yeah, and that Dolby, you saw it in Dolby, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, my floor was trembling, like you were saying.
Mm-hmm. I was like, no way, they're capturing it.
So good.
I saw this in IMAX. Yeah.
See his foot too with the light right there? It was just about to do the thing.
Pulled him back.
But he went even faster.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is like the bad CGI I didn't really mind being bad. Because these are speed mirages. They wouldn't necessarily look real. They might actually look like that.
And the thing is also, you're seeing it through the globe that he's inside of.
Right. Exactly.
So there's a distortion from that.
He's not even there, right? He's seeing it, but it's kind of like
he's not. Yeah, he's literally in a big bang right now. Imagine the Big Bang, and the Flash is running inside of it, and he gets to decide where he stops.
Mm-hmm.
and he's just shitting himself.
He's like, what the? And if you didn't know, I mentioned this on one of the mini flash streams that I think Bat Dan did. There's rationale for the new suit. Why he's able to do this is because Batman helped him harness the Speed Force.
And that was put out in the comics, right?
Yep. Flash Fastest Man Alive 4-issue miniseries, 2023. Love this.
This scene right here is another one of my favorite scenes. The chemistry between Ben Affleck and Ezra.
Mhm.
So,
I knew you were gonna say that.
and they've said Bajorna. Just saying that did
The
not
way-
happen in
It's
Justice
the
League.
way he delivers the line, bro. Mm.
See, you really see Batman's character development here. Just the way he says, like, these scars are who we are. You can see Ben Affleck's trying to pass his own wisdom to Barry.
Right. And there's nothing broken in you needs to be fixed.
Mm-hmm. Mm. I'm so hungry. So Batman.
Maybe some other time.
So Batman.
Key line right there.
Yeah. And from what I understand, I don't know if this is true or not. I have heard that Ben was able to write some of his lines in this movie. So,
I bet.
That was
I
in
would
the
have
article that announced he was returning.
mhm.
Oh yeah, so there's like a scene that comes up, and I have to wonder: was this like a reference to some of the real life antics of Ezra Miller?
Oh,
You'll see that.
Oh, 100%.
for sure. Also,
Because
there's been so many times in my life where I wish I could do that. Oh, you want to come in? Yeah, just give me 5 minutes.
it's all back. Oh
The
yeah.
ping pong ball is the cap on the top, though. Everyone who's a college person or whatever, a young male, has literally a ping pong ball for beer pong.
Yep, I've done that. And here's Ezra stealing beer.
Yeah,
It's because it's laughable, these headlines and the clickbait.
I've used that line like 6,000 times. I want you guys to know this, by the way.
What line?
Go grabbing drinks for my lady, for my friends. Come back. Beers. I keep them in my fridge.
All right, Austin. We know.
Yeah, right. Like they're just looking like, what? It's all right.
If you know, you know.
See, in this little bit you see of Kiersey Clemens, you really like her a lot. And correct me if I'm wrong, it was Rick. I cannot pronounce his last name.
Fumanera.
But
That what you
what
want?
do you say?
I think it's Fumanera. That's how I pronounce it, but I know I'm wrong.
But he's the one who cast her, right?
No.
Was
Zack
that?
did.
But
Oh, okay. I thought it was him for some reason.
from what I
I thought it was him and Zack just
understood,
used her because of.
they were going to focus a lot more on the, Iris being a part of Barry getting his father out of jail. Like they were going to dive into the criminal justice system side of it.
Hell yeah.
From what I understand from the original pitch that I got to see at Comic-Con 2016, where he talked with Ben Affleck, Zack Snyder, David Ayer, Patty Jenkins. They had like the director's panel Oh, and
Oh,
James
damn.
Wan. And so,
Oh yeah, I saw a video of that.
once again, Warner Brothers dropping the ball, advertising a whole Comic-Con panel.
Yeah.
Man.
Let's
Oh,
be at
man.
Netflix.
I,
There's actual like follow through over here at Netflix.
Yeah, we should have got that. We deserve that.
And I think it was gonna be Captain Cold and Golden Glider were the villains.
But what I love about Zack's arc, though, is that it kind of works as its independent story. See, again, you see the yellow light in the background. I love.
Here it
There's some
is.
blue light too.
Here's our little cameos.
Yep.
Aquaman pointing only
This
happens
is
in
a
the Snyder
bad
Cut.
idea. Yep.
So you're fast. There he is. See Captain Boomerang?
Flash shoot.
So they really took time to make sure like they connected everything. The Suicide Squad 2016.
Right.
Didn't Zack film that scene in Suicide
Mhm.
Squad, the Ezra?
Yes, he did. I love how this, no spoilers, but eventually comes full circle.
You
Yeah.
love it? It kills me.
I mean, of course. I got the joy of seeing this movie with my mother and my aunt, and also
Ooh.
my grandfather and my nieces and nephews. And I think it was really powerful to see this with people, and regardless of who they were, dad, cousin, just a loved one,
Family.
Yeah. It's the emotional that. That made me tear up a little bit there, Josh.
Say that again. What'd you say about that?
But it's like those moments that you enjoy with your family. Like even little
Mhm.
moments just like seeing a movie. Like even here, like one of my favorite parts about doing this watch party is I'm just watching this movie with a couple of friends. It's
And engaging with a platform who loves their fan base, right?
yeah.
That's what brings us
Yeah,
together.
that's right. And yeah, obviously that's the reason we're doing this, but my favorite part really is just doing it with watching this with friends.
And this is what powerful art does, right? It brings us together and unites us. Doesn't divide us. Doesn't have little petty qualms with each other. Just enjoy it.
Exactly.
No.
We've had some drama this past week, no secret there, but it's nice to just kind of take a break from that. Just enjoy a movie that we like.
So I was just like, who is this dude? Because they really didn't,
There's nothing in the
There's
promo of this movie. Nothing of this guy. Yeah.
Just
that-
merchandising. They did have like a Funko Pop saying Dark Flash.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
Oh, I remember that. I
I
guess
did see the
I tuned out of the spoilers after a while.
Oh my God, Ezra stole clothes. Oh my God, or Barry's not wearing his own clothes.
This got so many
Meta
laughs.
things. That's what Mikey said about this movie too. He's like, it's super meta with all the jokes that they put in it, little things.
But even even for us though too, with some stuff that we've talked about recently, stealing clothes, having someone else's clothes.
Hey, that's what Superman did.
Oh yeah, cancel
People
Henry.
forget.
Cancel Henry.
Cancel them.
And I love this actress playing his mom too. Like she really
Embodies it. Yeah.
the Nora Allen, Barry Allen relationship. And so, this is a universe where he's being coddled more, in his life. It's not having to grow up fast as a kid without a, either
Right.
parent.
Well, it's really realistic too because supposedly Ezra's Barry Allen is on the autism spectrum, so it's a lot of like what people saw as like immature jokes or immature humor. No, that's actually very realistic for someone. Just some personal experience, I'll say. I'm not going to go into detail about that, but that's actually very realistic, let's say, for some of the humor that some of the things that a certain Barry says.
Yep.
As someone who works with people on the spectrum, Bat Dan, don't mistake that if you are diagnosed on the spectrum, that doesn't mean you're not intelligent. You can be highly intelligent. And
oh yeah, absolutely. It's just social awkward issues. That's all. But don't mistake that you can be very smart. In fact, most people, a lot of them are actually very smart. I'm just saying, though, it takes real talent to play against yourself like that.
It does.
And shout out to you, Bat Dan, for actually watching Back to the Future before this movie. I was like,
that was. Yeah, so Austin, I have not seen Back to the Future ever until last summer getting ready for the Flash movie.
Probably blew your mind.
Yeah, it was. I still need to do parts 2 and 3, but
Oh man.
I actually really like part 2.
You get the references though that they put in this movie after watching it.
oh yeah,
So when you watch part 2, Bat Dan, you'll see a lot more like references to this dynamic
okay.
with the two berries.
I'll have to rewatch rewatch part 2 and 3 and then watch the Flash again.
Oh
But I'm watching this a lot of times on net. Oh my god, I love that.
Do the thing. I mean, hey.
Oh, and look who we have in the chat. Skywalker.
The sky. What's up, homie? Shout out to you. Shout out to the cool team.
man, this
And it's so like oh my god.
And for those of you guys who are just joining us, we are approaching 38 minutes and 40 seconds.
I could drug you. That's
He's like, broski, I got you. He's like, shit, I'm in so much trouble.
Oh, be careful, Sky. Be careful chatting while driving.
Yes, sir. I love this. So I just kind of contemplate.
To be honest, if I met myself at that age, I probably would get annoyed with him too.
I think we all would, right? Like,
in fact, I even said that in my Flash review. I even posted a picture of my senior high school senior photo.
Because it's kind of showing Barry what he was like to probably the Justice League in some scenes, right?
Yeah.
Like he's like, oh shit, all that's how they see me. Like, he's probably
Damn it.
I think they even say that people would, if they actually met like themselves, they would actually get annoyed by themselves.
Oh yeah. I don't know if you guys see the sticker there, but it says new metal with an NU with shots of the new geeks
yeah.
there.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to the new geeks. So I thought this was interesting. September 29th, Ezra Miller's actual birthday is, I think, September 28th. So I was like, ooh, interesting.
I thought it was the 30th.
Or, I'm
The
sorry, yeah,
day-
the 30th. That's
The
right.
day before his birthday.
Day before his birthday. So I was like, ooh, interesting. The
V
birth
for
of the
Vendetta
fall.
poster. I just noticed that.
There's a few. I think there's a
Pacific
Pacific
Rim.
Rim. There might be like a kaiju. I don't know if it's Godzilla or something. But of course, they're all.
See the NU?
Mhm.
See, people love making fun of the CGI, but you see two berries together so much during the movie, and it looks so natural.
It's seamless, yeah.
Yeah, he did such a good job. There's an actor who was the stand-in for this younger Barry, and he did a great job mimicking Ezra's performance.
This is
Yeah,
so
'cause
cool. The molecules, you can just see like down to the atom how he phases.
And they're not being harnessed with the suit, so of course they're blue, right? Instead of
Exactly.
the yellow Speed Force Lightning. So cool to like see that. Facing.
He's like, what?
Younger Barry likes these psychedelic type experiences.
Hell yeah, dude. Gotta explore, man.
Open your mind.
Open your mind. Love how he just hops right in.
Yeah, my theater was always like laughing their dynamic.
So Barry said he was interning here at the time, right? In like the original timeline for his accident.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because he doesn't work at the crime lab in ZSJL. He gets the job at the end of the film.
Right.
Right.
And obviously, if this happens to you as an intern, you're probably not going to continue working there for a little while before you figure stuff out. And then he got entwined with the league.
Hold on. Gotta find that right balance where I can hear the movie and hear you guys. Yeah, see, this is one of the gun notes I do not like.
Pay attention. Watch. He's gonna not have. It's gonna be inconsistent. I think the back lightning bolt when he falls, I think it's not there. So there's like some inconsistencies. I think it's on main Barry, older Barry's. When he falls, the lightning bolt strike isn't there.
Oh, yeah.
Or one of the scenes. I caught it. I was like, wait, that's. So it's
It worked. Oh, shit. I
Wait.
forgot he said it.
right there, right?
Yeah, like that. I'm sure that's not in the Muschietti cut. But
Because this is a reshoot, I think, right? Because the whole tooth thing. So
I don't hate it. I just hate it at the end that they have to bring it back up.
that,
yeah. But like that's not really a big deal, but it's like what it leads to. And I'm sure like that's the reason why though that was there.
Yeah.
Plus, doesn't Barry when Barry gets his speed back, wouldn't his super healing heal that?
It would. Yep.
that's why you can
wait,
tell
he
it's note.
Yeah. Like, oh no. This is gonna hurt so bad. Like actually.
I know he really goes
That's why
for
he gets
it.
up like that.
As far as
Ow.
this is one of the funniest parts that my theater cracked up on.
Yeah.
See, it's humor, but it's like natural humor. It's humor that would actually happen.
Ah. Get.
And people need to remember, even ZSJL, Ezra's Flash was the comedic character. He had serious moments, but he was definitely the comedic guy.
Yep. I'm slow.
He's like, wait, what?
Yep.
Holy speed. Six Flags reference. Speed Gonzalez.
The best part about this scene is it reminds me of my younger god brother, and
Oh, yeah.
he literally gets this excited about shit.
But come on, who wouldn't be that excited if you found out you had those powers?
I know. Is that Andy
I
Muschietti
find-
right there too?
No, that was Game of Thrones actor who plays
Okay.
Jaime Lannister. Random. There were theories that he would have played Abe Arthon.
Oh, okay.
Like, why do you have that? Actor?
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, right. Why is that guy there?
Mm-hmm. And Muschietti promised in the Flash sequel that Reverse Flash would be.
Hmm.
No spoilers. So this kind of shows why they need to team up, right? Like this Barry is definitely not cut out for these powers.
Yeah, no, he's not.
So it kind of motivates him to kind of like, hey, I need your help too.
Listen to the other Barry. Listen to old wise Barry.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say this: where's Skywalker when you need him? Right? Where's Skywalker to give this guy some clothes? Oh, yep. Sin Havoc dropping bombs.
Uh-oh.
Damn. Yeah, that's the
I just say
one.
there's a reason why I have a theory about Sin Havoc.
Nothing. Vividly.
Yeah, that's the one thing I would have added to this movie is an actual Flash villain in it for more than a little bit.
Right. I know.
Oh.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Get a pot.
Naked. So we're kind of getting like an origin, right? And a like different perspective in a way.
Yeah. Right. It's the best way they could have done it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember there was rumors Jessica Chastain was in the movie. She's always in Muschietta's films, I think.
Man, one male, one female would have been so cool.
Straight out of the comics. I actually have the
Plus, you go so fast, no one can see you. Oh, right. See, people, I forget there's multiple reverse flashes because Eobard Thawne is Professor Zoom, a type of reverse flash. One of the reverse flashes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
Back to the
I got
Future.
that reference now, the Eric Stoltz reference.
You did your homework.
Eric Stoltz. Like the younger version of him is my young god brother. Like
Yeah.
he is your boy. What an
Yeah, boy.
inspired like this, but then it follows it up with what an inspired performance.
Younger Barry would feel that way, probably, right?
Oh my god.
This is where things get serious, right?
Yep. No, see, no way you could cut the Snyder references completely out of this movie because you would have basically cut out, like, refilm this entire segment.
You would have no movie.
There he is.
The GCU jersey right there.
Yeah.
There's Zack Snyder's Justice League reference.
What's a Superman?
And he's just the worst.
He sums it up pretty good, right?
Dude, when you hear that, you're like, well, yeah.
And this was so genius, like to find out, you know.
Right. I
Shout out
love
to
this
you.
scene.
See, you notice how in this scene, though, in the Man of Steel flashback, that they use Zack Snyder's color grading?
Mm-hmm.
It's like a small little detail, but I love it.
It looks exactly like it.
And that Superman Day post video, Austin. I loved how you cut that all together.
Oh, I know, dude. That's what I'm saying. Oh, I mean, and it didn't take much, right? Like they did it for us, really.
Yeah. It goes together pretty perfect.
In the comics, you don't see a lot of Flash starter suits. But what he's wearing is a little bit of an ode to what was done,
Right.
because a lot of it, the origin story is him just figuring out like friction and shit,
Mm-hmm.
and just trying to combat friction. Like that's why it's hilarious. In Justice League, and I think maybe it's just Zack Snyder's Justice League, but he's like, it's the same thing NASA uses to keep the space shuttle from burning up inside of when it enters the atmosphere. And in the comics, he's kind of like studying NASA science to figure out how to prevent himself from burning up. So it's funny that they reference that in Zack Snyder's Justice League.
When people say Zach doesn't know the comics.
No, he knows comics better than all these haters do.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
Oh.
He didn't even try.
Unless she's too stoned to care that those two look exactly alike.
Dude, this is legit. Like, if you ever, I mean, my college days, hanging out with 20 somethings, that's what it is. Like, they don't care. They just simply don't.
I'm gonna get food.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, but it's too much for me. I'm gonna go get some food.
I did not expect this little cameo at all.
Yeah. Especially since Aquaman's canonically in the Snyderverse is kind of debatable.
Yeah, they nailed it. I mean, everything they could have done. I mean, everyone, all the hate on this film was very unwarranted, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
It connected it, right? It made it.
Yes, it made it part of
Makes
it,
sense.
and it also made it like it felt lived in.
Yes, very. Yeah.
I love that scene, though. That's such a great. See Boba Fett get all upset.
He's always gonna be Boba Fett.
He was going to be, though. In fact, I think he filmed a third of the movie. But yeah, people were just trying to hate this movie. It was like so. It's like a lot of these Snyder fans, the behavior towards this movie was no different than the haters of BVS. It's like they hate the movie and they're so obsessed with talking about it.
And I love how right there the gay guys, the volleyball on the beach, like that's a comment on Tarantino commentary about Top Gun.
Yeah. My family members got a little kick out of all the Kevin Bacon in Footloose. No, that was Michael J. Fox. What?
Yo, the finger.
Hundo.
Bruce Wayne.
No, Pete, bro. I'm so mad. I feel like he hung out with me in college.
Gary.
Hey.
Hey.
See, it's so funny. Like with advertising, people were worried this was. I mean, even myself, I was worried this was going to be a Batman movie with the Flash in it, but no, this is very much a Flash movie.
Yeah, they're just bad at marketing their own shit. We know that though.
Well, because Warner Brothers always relies on Batman.
Yep.
There is precedent, right? Like if you know the comics, there's always the fact that Flash and Batman. There's key moments in the history, right? Like with Crisis and other events where they connect. Working criminal justice cases. So I think the precedent of having a Batman with a Flash, obviously, by having Batfleck in our main universe, we needed another one.
Well, that was the whole point. That's why they wanted Batfleck, was because they wanted to have like the main Batman to kind of establish Barry's relationship.
Mm-hmm.
To kind of establish a home base for Barry.
This is one of my favorite scenes, by the way, and this scene got this song stuck in my head again, 'cause they did it perfectly because this is what this generation listens to. Like, if Bruce Wayne is literally the age of my dad, basically, in this, like, universe, and he's doing what that age group would do. Making food, listening to music, jamming out.
So timestamp, we're just gonna do another timestamp real quick. We are approaching 1 hour and 10 seconds, or 1 hour and 1 minute just passed.
Gotham City Pizza is what I see.
See, I love this scene. It's comedic, but you still see Batman as Batman. Even though he's worn out, he's still a pretty good fighter. He just nothing against Barry Allen, because Michael Keaton's Batman never, like, his Batman was never part of a larger DC universe. His Batman was always grounded in a more Batman universe. So I really like that you see that here. He's a good fighter, but against metahumans, not really. It's not like Ben Affleck, where he's actually fought in a metahuman world.
I love how the kitchen is straight from Batman '89. Like they did a great job, like replicating it. In the scene where Bruce Wayne and Vicky Vale eat with Alfred. Sky loved this scene. I remember him talking about it.
There's an extended scene. Is it on the 4K physical release? Because I own that.
Tell me more. Tell me more.
I gotta hop out real quick, but I'll be back.
Speed Force.
Okay,
Into
see you
the
soon.
Speed Force.
Shout out to Batman 1989. 2 days ago, it celebrated its 35th anniversary. So this movie came out around its 34th anniversary last year. "35 years later, and he's still Batman." I love the explanation right back then.
Yeah. And you wonder, how does Michael Keaton's Batman know this?
I think we know the answer, don't we?
Actually, I don't, like, because this Michael Keaton never existed in a larger universe.
I'll tell you more a little bit later in the movie. There was a cut scene where Keaton might have actually done his own little time travel. Hot mess.
I don't even like spaghetti, at least not spaghetti with tomato sauce on it. I'm a picky eater.
You know, he's like, I need that. He's got the power, so he needs that nourishment. Are you joking? Oh, yeah. I did see that one. When they're going down through the suits of armor. That is correct. Super Batman. Me and my friend always say, I thought this was the cousin's dinner.
See, it's young Barry's character development. That's another real highlight of this movie. He acts all immature, but there's actually a payoff at least too.
Oh yeah, like you're falling in love with both of them together, right? They're dynamic throughout the film.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Pass. It's batshit. Oh, this was another extended scene, I think. There's a little bit more. There's an extended version of this scene too.
we really need that Muschietti cut. I'm saying, telling you, with those cool scenes back in there.
Here it is.
The Batcave. And it's really good acting by Ezra, though. Like the way the way he portrays these two Barrys. He portrays these two Barrys so flawlessly.
Look at that. Straight out of 89. And for me, like, even though it's the actual Batcave looks more or less like 89, I liked how the waterfall kind of gave me like a Nolan Batcave kind of vibe a little bit.
Well, it makes sense to kind of do a more updated version of it.
Mm-hmm.
Because this isn't the exact 89 timeline, obviously, because
You are correct, Batman. I kind of saw it as like a composite of different Batmen together. Obviously, main influence was Keaton, but
yeah, basically the Burtonverse and the Snyderverse had a baby, and that's what most of this movie takes place in.
Yep.
And I love how the two Barrys are just able to just be in the Batcave, no problem. Batman doesn't seem to give a damn.
I love the chair. It's straight from the Batman 89 movie, too.
Or this. The Joker's bag. The Joker's...
Mm-hmm. One of my favorite scenes here.
Oh, yeah. But it makes sense, though, because like when you lose a relative, you appreciate their gifts more.
Mm-hmm. It's probably like the last gift he got from her, right? In that timeline.
Yeah. Yes.
So he focused all his memories and his love into that object.
And it just like the two, the way these two have like their little heart to heart here. I mean, you cannot tell me that this movie is all bad when you have moments like this in the movie.
And of course, like we talked about this on one of your streams, the meta commentary, right? How he's pretty much apologizing to the audience, you know, for
it would have been the spoiler review, because I did the spoiler-free review was just me on regular Batman's thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't done a short video like that in a while, because those short videos take a lot more work to do than a live stream. You have to do all that editing and stuff.
Understand.
Whereas here, you just go live, and whatever happens, happens.
Live show is always exciting. Come on, Bruce.
See, Michael Keaton has another great arc in this movie.
Mm-hmm. It's
It's
kind
like
of
you see him slowly get back to who he was.
It's kind of like a, you know, nowhere near as epic as Dark Knight Returns that we'd get from Zack Snyder, but there's kind of like that kind of, you know, a Batman who's kind of let himself go a little bit. You see that in the first of Dark Knight Returns, so there's kind of like a homage, more or less. There it is, the suit of Arsenal.
Nice parallel to Batfleck right there with the coffee scene.
Mm-hmm. Of course, it would be Batman just, you know, sneak in. Barry's knocked out. Wake up! We got some saving to do. Here's the review.
We may not get to see him use the Batmobile, but we do get to see the Batwing at least.
And a upgraded version, of course, because in '89 it gets destroyed by the Joker. So of course it would be a little souped up. Yeah. There's so many little Easter eggs in that little scene, right?
I'm sorry, say that again.
There were so many like little like Easter eggs in the suits.
Oh yeah,
from the comics. Hey, back in black though. Iconic. I'm Batman.
And again, another great comparison with these two Barrys. How you have like main Barry just looking so happy and excited to see Batman, and the other one just shocked. I think it was even Mikey Sutton who said this before the film came out, that among many of the concerns of this movie, the one thing that wasn't was Ezra Miller's performance.
Yeah, he did.
Like, you cannot see this movie and tell me that Ezra Miller is a bad actor. Like, if you're saying that to me, you're trolling.
That's why it just reeked of narratives, right? Like all these little clickbait, you know, things. It was just like so calculated against this movie. So I think in the extended version of this scene, Bat Dan, they talk about how Batman actually killed a thug in front of their child.
Oh,
This version, and so I think Batman was trying to figure out how to go back and prevent that from happening, or something like that. So it's like there's an extended scene out there somewhere. That's why they're kind of scared of him, because they're like, he killed. Like, I've heard a rumor that he killed somebody. That's why he stopped.
yeah, and I can see why that would make Batman retire too, because damn.
Yeah, that's why he hung up the cowl for so long.
That would just be very cruel, though. Could you imagine just a parachute just strapped onto you while you don't even realize it, and just being like,
yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you this: when I went skydiving, I forgot to pull the ripcord.
Really?
I wasn't even listening to their instructions. I was 18 at the time, and they were giving me all these instructions. I'm like, blah, 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 blah. Just let me jump out of the plane already.
Oh, Bat Dan. That's why you go tandem. I've been skydiving myself too, so I actually went 3 times. I'm glad you're still here with us, Bat Dan.
Well, yeah, because you have to go tandem diving. You have to go strapped to somebody.
Shout out to whoever pulled the cord for you.
Yeah, well, let's just say I think at the final cut, they weren't really focused on making this film too good, because they were just trying to push out this last phase of movies.
I do kind of feel like, yeah, that you're right, Bat Dan. Like, because I saw the test screening versions, which had worse CGI, believe it or not. And scenes coming up later, there were actual like dummies as stand-ins for certain like Easter eggs in the third act that we're going to see. So it was, this version actually was the finished one, right? But I could tell that they kind of did. I love this. I feel like they kind of gave up on some of the things. You know, they were like, okay, we'll have to cut this scene because we're not going to put this scene because of CGI. And so I think it suffered a lot from that.
Yeah, makes sense.
There's an extended version of this with the bullets, I remember.
See, the older Barry would have known how to deal with this easily.
Mm-hmm. I think in the extended, he actually does stop some of the bullets, but then there's just too many, and then he tries to move Barry instead. Here he is. It's about to go down. Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest, like, my favorite performance of Michael Keaton's Batman is in this movie. And I think it's because of, like, with the upgraded stunts and technology, Michael Keaton can actually move in this suit. Whereas the other one, he's so stiff, he can't really do much. But here he can actually fight as Batman.
You're right. Like, he's visceral, right? Like, he's almost nowhere near, right, as great as Batfleck. But he's kind of like, they had to show that he could kind of, you know, engage with people at a Batfleck type level, right?
Yeah.
And so
exactly.
I agree with you, actually. Now that I think about it, like, fighting wise, yeah, it's pretty up there for Keaton.
And again, I apologize if I don't hear perfectly. Still working on the... And also reminding for my viewers here, if I ever don't sound like I'm completely syncing with what he's saying. It's not... You know, I feel like that wouldn't really work now, because now that they put all these security features, like if you do too many wrong combinations, it resets. Literally, it's probably because of like AI stuff that does exactly what Barry did.
I think it's the theory that everything, you know, our technology, Russia, it's where this is supposed to be. They don't have the sophisticated technology that the U.S. does. So,
okay, makes sense.
I think that's that theory they're playing off of. Flashpoint, Superman, or Supergirl.
See, that's what people need to realize. This isn't meant to be a Flashpoint adaptation. This is Flashpoint inspired.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, Romello. This is one of my favorite parts too. Mr. Brony. So how I kind of took this was it's a way for, it's kind of showing why we need Batfleck, right? Because although Keaton's Batman is effective, right? Like that little scene where that guard, he doesn't flinch with Keaton at all. He's like, because his Batman has been away, right? So the public knows about him, but they're not as threatened by this version.
Right, yeah, because he's been gone for so long.
And of course they're Russian, so right, they're not really paying attention. They're just like, who's this dude in a bat suit? Yeah, Qatar. That was my biggest thing. I was just like,
yeah, I mean, Keaton was good for his time. I definitely think as like a main Batman for the DCEU. I mean, obviously the fact that he's old now, but like a young Keaton, I think would still be a lot for this time. But I'll be honest, I'm a lot nicer on Keaton now than I was when I was younger.
it's just how Burton saw, like, he kind of saw himself a little bit as Batman. So he was trying to, not really be comic accurate, right? He was trying to insert himself a little bit in his personality traits into Bruce Wayne. But it worked. It became iconic, right? Without Keaton giving us this Batman, we wouldn't have the Snyderverse ultimately. Because this franchise IP helped the superhero genre.
I have great respect for Batman 1989. Batman Returns I have more issues with, but I like Batman 1989.
I really like this suit, actually. I mean, the armor. I mean, like Batman's point. Like, as long as he's able to move and function, like give us these badass scenes, like that's all I really care about. Like, he's able to move in it. It looks like it's tactical enough. It resembles 80. It's like a blend between 89 and Returns. A little bit more Returns, in my opinion.
I mean, certainly I'm sure Tim Burton's Batman 3 was better than Batman Returns. But I don't consider Batman Forever, I meant to say. But I don't consider Batman Forever and Batman Robin canon to the Burtonverse for many reasons. Harvey Dent being a big one.
Well, there's a little Man of Steel reference with the hand.
Yeah.
At that time, there was no notion of alternate universes and multiverse, right? So the public was just like, okay, new person, same universe. But now we know, right? We know differently now. Parallel universe.
Oh, this scene I love. See, I love here that like Batman caught on to Supergirl. Sasha Calle's really great in this film.
I was like mad. I also have her Funko Pop too. I just don't know where it's at. But yes, give her shine. Like, she was a great.
Well, that's why I'm hoping for Cell that if Zack wants a Supergirl, he might just want to use Sasha Calle. She
was so good. Like, because they really leaned on her, right? A lot to promote this movie.
Well, there was no chance of Sasha Calle being Supergirl in Gunn's DCU. Her continuing as Supergirl would have happened if The Flash had been successful and they continued an Elseworld Flash movie.
Well, it was no chance of Sasha Calle being Supergirl in Gunn's DCU. Her continuing as Supergirl would have happened if The Flash had been successful and they continued an Elseworld Flash movie. she's wrecking shop. She's pretty ruthless, right? Like,
Yeah. Well, Supergirl is ruthless in the comic. She's not.
She's pretty accurate, comic accurate, right?
I mean, yeah, she's not blonde, but honestly, I think it makes more sense for Kal-El's cousin to not be blonde.
Agreed.
I mean, she looks more like. I mean, I'll admit, like this Sasha Kaya, I could see looking like Henry Cavill's cousin.
My nieces grew up watching DC superhero girls, so they know Kara Zor-El, you know, as the blonde, right? They saw this movie with me, and they freaking love Sasha Kaye as that character, even though it was not what they expected Supergirl to look like. Thought she did great.
That scene where Batman stitches himself up, it's like that look on his face. I'm Batman. I just love young Barry's attraction to Sasha Kaye or Supergirl.
And like I was mentioning about Batman and Flash connection, there's also a big Supergirl and Flash connection in Crisis as well. And of course, it played out in the CW show how those two were friends as well. So there's precedent for her to be in this movie, in my opinion, from the comics.
But I like these two, this Flash and Supergirl, much better than CW. Although, to be fair, Grant Gustin's fans have kind of ruined Grant Gustin for me.
It was a moment in time. Now it's not.
See, Sasha Kaye's performance right there.
Yeah, I agree, Romello. She really did. She was a standout for sure. There was a big outcry when the new Supergirl reboot was announced as well. I think she trended when the casting was announced. Sasha Kaye.
See, that's the funny thing with because of our Cell campaign, I'm less upset when I hear that people like Sasha are being recasted or gals being recasted. Actually, because of the Cell campaign, if anything, I'm relieved to hear that, because it's not so much that I want them to stop playing their roles. It's just that I don't want to necessarily see them in Gunn's universe. And that's not an insult to them. That's more of a dig on Gunn's universe, just to clarify to people who don't know.
I agree with you about Dan. Like that, sometimes, you know, when I get like kind of sad on the state of affairs, I kind of play devil's advocate with myself, right? Would you really want Henry Cavill Superman being under somebody who was not going to treat him with respect and, you know, reverence and show him as iconic like Zack Snyder did? So in a way, I'm kind of grateful, right? I'm grateful that you're not sullying Zack's characters with a downgraded director behind it.
Yeah, exactly.
So I do.
And what's great about the Cell campaign is I've even argued. Oh, there's Austin in the chat. Oh, the Snyder question, right? It's so funny though when you don't read the chats right away though, because then you wonder what question they're asking. But yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I think the Cell campaign, in some ways, is a better Snyderverse restoration than the restore the Snyderverse we've gotten under Mike DeLuca. Because what Mike DeLuca was doing, he was merging the DCEU and the Snyderverse into one timeline, which this means we've had to accept Birds of Prey and James Gunn's stuff in the Snyderverse. Whereas this way, with the Snyderverse being its own IP on Netflix, Zack only has to obey the continuity of his 3 movies. And, you know, certain director's cuts that Netflix gets, such as Suicide Squad and The Flash.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing, though, that concerns me is with this whole ZSJL IP. And again, this is theorizing on my part. So again, do not run with what I... Oh, hold on. I'm going to shut up here because this is a great scene. I just love Ezra's scene right there.
Mm-hmm.
Such a great scene.
Just getting through to Keaton. Or Bruce. Yep.
Yeah, no problem, Austin. We know you do not want to piss off your significant other. Men know not to piss off any significant other.
Yes, sir. I treat him like a queen. Ah,
Well,
Man of Steel reference.
I mean, Andy Muschietti did everything he could to respect the Snyderverse. Like,
Yeah. The way these scenes are shot, right? That's what I loved about it. That's what back then I loved this movie unapologetically. I got a lot of hate from it, but what I saw, I was like, he's honoring what Zack has done and incorporating freaking Tim Burton's universe as well. And I know, Burton probably didn't want it to happen, but I feel like he did give it respect as much as
I feel like there are certain things Burton would have preferred done differently, but see, you know what's funny is that there was a rumor casting for Harry Lennox's stunt double in this movie, and this scene right here was probably why. Okay, Qatar, we're at this.
We see General Zod and Fiora.
Hey, it's so funny. People are like complaining about continuity errors. Like, well, how can Zod and Fiora are here? They're not in, like in Man of Steel, they couldn't hear until the suits were off. I'm like, that's the funny thing about alternate timelines is that they can kind of get away with little continuity errors like that. Because it's not the timeline.
We saw, if you remember, it was different actually. When Zod is talking in Man of Steel, he has the helmet on. In this version, the helmet is off. So there's just saying.
Well, Zod wears the helmet mostly in this movie. I think they did the hide Michael Shannon's age.
Yeah.
See, one thing I am concerned about with ZSJL being its own IP, and again, this is speculation on my part. Don't run with this as fact, but with ZSJL being its own IP, one thing I wonder if Zack would be allowed to use DCEU castings that happen outside of his 3 movies. So, like, because of that, would he be allowed to use Sasha Calle as Supergirl or Tamara Morrison as Thomas Curry? Like, you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, that's.
I don't know how that works, but I would imagine deals. I feel like if there's money to be made, things are possible, right? There's ways that things can be worked out. So
exactly, and it's not our job to figure all this stuff out for them. Like, here's the thing: I understand that our only asks are live action and Zack Snyder, but I'm still going to promote it with everything, with the cast back, with everything else, and what Netflix and Zack give us from there, I'll take. But ask for it all. Oh my god.
This scene was so beautiful, right?
Yeah.
Straight out of the comics from Flashpoint.
And you can see, like, when young Barry heard what old Barry was telling Keaton, or Bruce Wayne, I keep calling him Keaton, you can see, like, this Barry gets more mature because now he's experiencing that not to take his mom for granted.
Yep.
Because our Barry was a Barry who had to grow up faster as a result, so that's why he's more mature. But a lot of the juvenile humor, like earlier, young Barry talks about like his dick showing with the costume or whatever. People thought that was juvenile humor, but no, that's actually very realistic for someone on that spectrum to say something like that. Like, yeah, it sounds juvenile, but that's actually what would happen.
Okay. Just being honest. Just being honest. Saying what you feel. So good.
See, this is where I think the extended scene needed, because how does Supergirl know what to do?
Super hearing. I'm sure after she saw what Zod was doing, she was hanging out.
But like in terms of how to get Barry his powers back.
I imagine she was listening. She was trying to figure out where they were, so she was listening for their voices and probably overheard what they were talking about.
And wait, Austin, I have to ask, is this actually you texting us or your fiance, since you're picking up your fiance? Is this actually since you're driving right now? Because I want to make sure that on my channel, I do not promote texting while driving.
I'm sure it's his iris. I love that little ding when the lightning strikes, like you can hear a little effect.
See, but this reminds me of the Flashpoint movie, where it's like the first time it doesn't work, and yeah, I was disappointed at first when I heard it wasn't going to be Jeffrey Dean Morgan, but again, this isn't Flashpoint. This is a version. This is an adaptation with multiple stories, like Batman v Superman is not The Dark Knight Returns.
Mm-hmm. And you got to think, although you just got to think of the landscape. Everything that was done in this movie, I thought it was smart because the TV show also that so many people were fans of, right? They did all these storylines, right? So, and
poorly. I don't know if I really
right.
That wasn't really a great Flashpoint story either in the Flash series, but
you wanted to be respectful from the source material, but also give something unexpected. And I thought this movie did. It uses the template, but it also, by inserting Keaton and all this. Whoa. What was that? There it is. Now we're going to see that real suit up scene. Yeah. It beeps.
And also, it's funny. I just saw you talking about cast members speaking out. Young Barry Allen was very vocal about Ezra.
Yep. I just saw that he got to meet Jason Momoa recently. Young Barry Allen.
Oh yeah, we'll revisit that soon. I just wanted to just call out this scene. Another great scene of Sasha Kaya right here. It's like, I think one of the strongest aspects of this movie are just the performances. Love this scene.
Yeah, she's really giving us like that, she's an alien, but she hasn't seen the best in people, right, on Earth, right? But the few people right now that she's in front of have shown her kindness and compassion. So she's weary of them, but she knows that she can trust them.
Yeah, especially because she can't really judge based on Earth's reaction because her people weren't exactly innocent either.
Mm-hmm. So she knows how Zod is, right? And so she saw what her people were capable of too. So she doesn't want to be that anymore. Definitely use a Batman.
Love this scene. See, people at first I didn't like that line delivered there. It felt like fan service, but no, it actually makes sense because I mean, they're literally fighting Kryptonians here. They're getting nuts. But yeah, I thought it was so cool for young Barry Allen to meet Jason Momoa like that. That was.
I've been following that actor. Like I said, because I followed everyone in this cast to see if they were, is anything that they're saying in the media true? And no, all the actors stood behind, Ezra Miller.
Well, the kid was really hurt by it. He you could see on his. Oh. We're laughing at for context, people watching who are not watching the movie, we're laughing at a scene.
Young Barry filming Supergirl.
But yeah, the young Barry Allen was so hurt by the allegations because Ezra's a big brother to him.
Mm-hmm. They were really like, if you watch the behind the scenes, they were having a blast on set, right? They had such camaraderie.
They were all hurt. Like, they all stood by Ezra. That's the thing. Because they went out of their way to do it, too. And,
Man of Steel.
I might as well share this story since this is a Flash watch party, but when I woke up from anesthesia for a medical procedure, you're under drugs, you kind of blurt things out. The very first thing I blurted out was Ezra Miller is innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Which maybe some concerns there that was the first thing I blurted out. And then right after that, I blurted out the cell hashtags. But,
it
bothers me because I'm passionate about justice. I'm passionate about the Snyderverse. Oh my God, I love that scene. But how can I support a Justice League movie when a real injustice happened to one of the actors and that's why a recast happened? That's why I'm so against Ezra being recast, because I can't support a Justice League movie like that. But oh my God, yeah, that scene.
I mean, yeah, it shows that you're consistent, Bat Dan, with the things you like in art. You're a fan of justice, and I really appreciate that you've always been championing, the truth about Ezra, because a lot of people still don't know. And I did my due diligence myself. I go to advanced screenings, and it's usually the same people because we're all just going for a free movie. And there were people that were saying false claims about Ezra in line for one of the Flash screenings. And I corrected people in line. And to this day, like the last one I went to go see was Inside Out 2. And I saw somebody, when I was watching the Flash, corrected their clickbait that they were falling for. And now that person, it's a female, she always calls me Flash when she sees me. She's like, "Hey, Flash." To this day, because I was like championing the truth about Ezra Miller. And she was like, "Oh, wow, I didn't know any of that was false that was going on." I was like, yeah.
I did the same thing at the Rebel Moon Part 2 premiere. I corrected some people as well.
We know how these narratives work. Being a Snyder fan, we know.
See, did they say that Barbie line because the Barbie was coming out? Because it's a small little line that would be easy to just kind of insert.
It did. I probably was. It was being filmed at the same time, so there was probably like a little reference, I'm sure.
Isn't that the same actor from Man of Steel, the big Kryptonian?
I mean, it's supposed to be the same. I don't know if it's the same actor, but
I thought they did get the same actor for that.
I think it's Namek. That's what it's supposed to be.
See, I know Michael Shannon doesn't really want to be here, and there's certain moments you can kind of tell, but I still think he gives a pretty good performance for someone who doesn't really want to be there.
I mean, yeah, he's General Zod. Like, I think I told you before you had saw it, I said General Zod is General Zod. He's consistent. You can't say this is a bad performance. Maybe you could say, oh, he seems bored. What I honestly think is the effect of the mask, CGI.
Well, especially a line but also a line that he says though too. Sounds like some people said was being bored, but it's also like, I feel like it actually kind of worked though.
This reveal. Because we're like, where's Superman? Where's Superman? Because I was concerned they were going to turn, in Superman into a Supergirl, but no, he exists. He just.
The way he says the infant did not survive, though, that one is. I thought that was delivered so well, even though some say it was being bored, but no, it was like a struggle the way he said it.
Yeah, he didn't want to kill one of his own people, right?
No, Zod cares about Krypton. I do feel bad for Feyre. They actually play Feyre in this movie, though. She felt like like when I say a cartoon character, what I mean is, you know how in like a lot of cartoons, like there'll be an episode where there's like a character just awkwardly doesn't talk because the voice actor's not there. That's what Feyre felt like in this movie, in this cut.
I will say that's one thing, and at least the Muschietti cut, from what I understand, we heard from Mikey Sutton, I think, that there's a hardcore extended cut of like this battle being bloodier and more like pretty much R-rated. So I think Fiora was probably involved in a lot of those scenes. That's why we didn't see him. There's so much more action that we aren't seeing in Emperor this good.
Yeah, Star Wars # Justice for Fives. It's kind of a sore subject to bring up right now. Which, we may have to bring it up soon, but we'll talk later.
Yes.
But,
see, you saw Supergirl saving people, trying to, trust humanity again. Oh shit. Let's go.
And yes, viewers, for those wondering about my Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey stream, that I said I'm going to do the truth about Ezra Miller. Again, that stream will be happening, I promise you. Just, again, have to get the details together with that. Figure out how I'm going to do it, because a whole stream about it, again, is a sensitive subject. But one, I think it's important to do, because I'm a Snyder fan. I care about justice. And I'm glad I have no regrets about fighting for Ezra Miller, because the reality is the truth is out there. The people who are choosing to spread the lies are choosing to be ignorant. And I have no patience for that. I really don't. And I know I'm sounding kind of harsh, but it's a serious thing. So, anyway,
I agree.
Don't want to spend the whole stream ranting about this, but
I thought it was interesting. You mentioned Star Wars, and I thought it was interesting that on one of the episodes of that new show that's out, people were all like, "Oh, does that guy remind you of Ezra Miller?" And I heard it from so many different people.
Oh yeah, you commented under the back channel, like someone else under Trey and Corey's stream, when someone said, "Was that guy Ezra Miller?" I'm like, "Oh, thank you," because of how much I talk about Ezra Miller, I'm like, "Oh, is this just me?"
Nope. Sky said it too. I think Holding My DualShock said it as well.
Qatar said it too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I think we're all missing Ezra.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. See, the thing I like about this is this is how Keaton would have to engage with Kryptonians, right? Keaton's Batman.
Yeah. Because he doesn't. Again, this isn't a Batman who has experience fighting metahumans or real superpower people. I guess Catwoman was technically a metahuman in Batman Returns. Oh, shit.
My nieces were so mad when they saw it. I was like, hold on, don't worry. And then, yeah.
What's funny is the Flash trailer shows a scene with Supergirl that's not in the movie.
Oh, yeah. Yep. The original post-credit scene.
Well, I think Sasha Calle was even supposed to be in Man of Steel, too. Because Andy Muschietti was going to direct it.
You remember they Henry Cavill met Sasha Calle and praised her performance?
Yeah.
She said in an interview they got to meet. So he pretty much vouched for her. Like, you honored my Superman. Keaton. Supergirl and Keaton. Just goes to show why we need the Snyderverse. Why we need
And it's
Henry
so
Cavill.
funny. People complain we didn't get enough Keaton and Supergirl, but I'm thinking, what's this movie called? What's the title of this movie?
Yep.
Like, I know they advertise a lot with the other cast, but I mean, one, they did that partly because of Ezra's controversy. They were trying to advertise the Flash movie without the Flash. But
Very true. Uh-oh, young Barry.
see, this is kind of the part where I do kind of think the movie does kind of fall a little bit for me. Not completely, mind you, but I think there's some of the logic doesn't quite make sense for me. And we'll kind of explain as we get more into the movie.
Chrono Bow.
Yep,
Yep. Sin Havoc.
we know that.
Spitting truth.
But really, you can't. I mean, the movie I thought kind of established you can't change the timeline because it creates a new one, the whole spaghetti thing. But that's the only thing I think the third act kind of confused me a little bit. It's not like a big deal, but if I did have a criticism, I would say that. But again, maybe the Muschietti cut explains that better.
Namek. I thought this was clever, though. Just keep on rotating him. You know, he's worried. He's like, oh, he's getting closer. He's getting closer. Iconic. Come on, young Barry. Saber. The music in that scene, right, with the tornado reminded me of the CW a little bit. Team
And
up.
to be fair, time travel is always confusing, though. So even though I was a little confused by it, that's just time travel.
Yeah, here's General Zod. Focusing his senses.
Yep, we all are.
Same, Jason. Same. Fiora, girl. Leave Kara alone. Harvesting that codex, man. Hey, grapple. Evade, evade. Parry, parry. Ooh. So yeah, getting slammed like that by Namek. Keaton, you're not built for this war of Kryptonians, I don't think. Thanks a lot, Jason. Thank y'all for being here and engaging with Netflix. Not this time, kid.
See, supposedly Keaton died was also one of Gunn's notes because I don't think Gunn really likes. I've heard Gunn. Didn't Gunn have like a Facebook post bashing both Keaton and Bale?
Yeah. From what I understood, I think what Mikey said is that it was going to be Keaton and Batfleck at the end, along with Gal Gadot, Henry Cavill, Clark Kent, and Sasha Calle Supergirl. I'm sorry. The post-credit scene, it was going to be Batfleck trapped in an alternate timeline, like similar to BBS with the Flash. The gloves are off. The gloves are off. It's going full power. Phase. Could you imagine like having that in your arm? But
oh, that would like a pain that never goes away.
Woo. Yes, and having you're right. Ooh, you can start to see the villain turn. Yeah. Shows, you know.
And you just see all these failed attempts.
Yeah.
But that's why. I mean, and it's a good lesson about life, though. Like, no matter how many times you want to undo it, there's always going to be something you want to do differently. Let's say I went back in time and I changed something. There's going to be something else I'm going to want to fix, or it didn't go quite right. Life is never going to go perfect. Life is never going to go completely your way. You have to do the best to move forward.
Agreed. And Batfleck said, live your life, right? The good and the bad, it's yours. Embrace it.
Well, yeah, exactly. Alternate timelines.
How many alternate timelines? Because you don't have the cojones to die yourself. It's getting too letting the power go to his head, right? You know that lesson.
It's easy to happen, though.
Yeah. Another reason why, you know, not everyone can have power, you know. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Yep. That's why I kind of loved like everything is, and this is why I loved this movie, because we knew, right, the announcement of Keaton at the time, the clown table, that was going to have Keaton replace Ben Affleck, right? Walter Hamada and all them. Andy Muschietti had a narrative in his movie that shows why Ezra's Flash needs Batfleck and Gal and Henry and Jason and Ray Fisher, right? Because Keaton can't really keep up in this world of metas, aliens, you know, multiverses. Neither can Sasha Calle. Mm-hmm.
Even as young Barry, Ezra's such a great actor. Like, again, I keep saying this, but
yeah. Oh, there he is.
You know what's funny? I didn't even realize that was. I mean, like, I knew that was Ezra because of like I knew that Ezra played a third Barry, but I like if I didn't know that, I would not be able to tell that was Ezra.
The first time I saw it back then, I didn't like. Someone had to tell me. I was like, "Who is the act?" I was like, "Who is the act?" I mean, I knew, but I was like, "Wait, that was just him, DH." And they were like, "Yeah." I was like, "Oh." I thought it was like a whole different actor. What? Sin Havoc. That's blowing my mind. Mm. Ooh. The reveal.
So do I, Curly Ray. So do I.
More Henry. Hashtag. Sells the SJL. Netflix. Sells Snyderverse. Netflix.
See, I like what they do here, but I didn't like how they did it. I wish they just used archive footage.
So my grandpa, my great grandfather, he loved this part. He watched George.
I've actually
George
seen
Reeves.
some Adventures of Superman with my dad, so I told.
Oh yeah, that's nice. And there's Jade Jarrett.
I think they could have just as easily just used like some of the archive footage instead of AIing it all, especially for a certain. So I was hearing mixed things. Did Christopher Reeve's family object to this scene?
I don't know, for sure, but I'm sure that Christopher Reeves. I just love this because we never got to see Supergirl and Christopher Reeve on screen together. But I know that Super/Man documentary of Christopher Reeve's life is coming out, so I'm sure the family will be doing press. So maybe somebody will ask them coming up.
Oh, so
And
they did approve of this scene then. Okay.
I mean, they
like
would
this
have.
scene, like I would prefer if we saw like Nicolas Cage do what he wanted to do, like actually what he filmed. And again, I want to clarify. This is probably like one of my few criticisms I have of this movie, because I do love this movie. I want to make it clear, just because I'm criticizing this little bit right here. But it only makes me want to see the Muschietti cut even more.
Yeah, because it is interesting, right? Like hearing that Nicolas Cage is like, "Oh, I didn't do any of that. I was in the suit, but I didn't do any of that." So it's like, oh, interesting.
Oh, they didn't approve at all. Okay. Yeah, so maybe
that's why they did do the AI type thing, because they're like, "Oh, it's actually not him." I don't know. Yeah, that's how I kind of felt, right? And we don't know all the behind the scenes, right? So if we find out stuff later where they I mean, here's how I kind of feel like they had to have gotten some compensation, right?
Yeah.
I would think.
Oh, okay.
Unless there's like some huge, massive lawsuit coming years down the line against WB, in which I would be all in favor for because of who's in charge right now. So,
well, the Muschietti cut could easily fix this. Just replace those scenes with unused footage and what Nicolas Cage filmed, and you're fine.
True that. Oh, here it is. He was gonna let it happen, right?
Yeah. But again, young Barry steps up and saves the day. Although I'm a little confused why young Barry was connected to Dark Flash, but not present Barry. That's like where some of the time travel got a little confusing. But that's just time travel in general. It always makes my head hurt.
He had Monkey. Dang. Makes you fall in love with him, all right? And then he's gonna rip your heart out. I think Mikey said that they were trying to get like Linda Carter as well. Burgess Meredith's Penguin from '66. Cesar Romero's Joker. Who else?
But I thought we heard Cesar Romero's Joker laugh a little bit.
Yeah, we heard him, but I think they were trying to get like their actual. There was like a roster, and they had to like, pick the most important ones they wanted.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that's what yeah. Yeah, if you actually looked at the Spanish ones, they're kind of more telling.
Oh, this scene right here, I really love.
A mother always knows.
Ezra just gives such a great performance here. So even though I say the third act's the weakest of the acts, like there's still so many great moments even in this alone.
Mm-hmm.
Ezra's performance is so amazing here. Oh, there's Austin in the chat. Well, I'm sure you'll have your own watch party, Austin.
Got to. I mean, in my opinion, the moms always know. Mother's intuition. And this is kind of like the hero moment, right? Where he has to sacrifice everything for the entire world, the universe, multiverse.
Well, Austin, if you're back before we end the stream, give your thoughts on this scene right here. Good. I'm glad Netflix has seen the engagement.
I loved you first. My mom and my aunt tell me that ever since we watched this movie together. Very heartbreaking. Further shows you how good Ezra is. The beer. Beers. There he is.
Eddie, which Ezra actually directed that scene.
Oh, yeah. I'm so sorry. We've heard that before, right? Wayne Enterprises. There he is. Blew the case wide open.
Oh, that's the other Barry, right?
Yep. Yes, I forget his name, but I think it's Edward. Uncooked spaghetti. The allegations, the trial. They knew what they were doing, putting these lines in there. Spaghetti. Do you want a dinner date? That's awesome. Singing the song that always reminded him of his mother. Bruce.
Here we are. Oh, yep, they're one F-bomb they get to use.
What the fuck is it? So my test screening ended with that. You didn't see who it was. You just heard him say, "Who the fuck was this?" And so you could tell this was a reshoot.
Yeah. Again, even I don't defend that. So, okay, that's the end of the Flash movie. Well, we'll go till the end of it. We'll
Post-credit
at
scene.
least go to that post-credit scene, but
The Flash. Produced.
But yeah, this movie's really great. This movie's even better than I remembered it, honestly.
There's a lot of names popping up who we as, Zack Snyder fans aren't fans of, right? But I feel, really bad for Andy and Barbara Muschietti because their movie, due to circumstances, right, really got co-opted by, studio politics. And all things considered, in my personal opinion, is it a perfect movie? No. For me personally, it's one of my favorite movies of last year. Of course, other than Rebel Moon. But
yeah, it's my second favorite movie of 2023.
Yeah, I love this movie still, unapologetically too, Bat Dan. I know people have a lot of criticisms about it, and I get it, but I think all things considered, looking at the big picture, what were they trying to do? They were trying to not only honor what established in Zack Snyder's world, they also were honoring Barry Allen from the Snyderverse, Flash comics, right? 80 years worth of history of DC Comics. Keaton's Batman that was, directed and produced from Tim Burton. And they're also trying to, honor fans of DC with all those old cameos, with George Reeves, Christopher Reeve, Helen Slater, Adam West, Nick Cage. Maybe they, tried to do too much, but you have the Flash, a unique character that's dealing with multiverses, parallel universes. So where else are you going to get this opportunity? Do you think that the closing credits is? Yeah, I did get that vibe, Romello. What did you think, Bat Dan, about the credits? It gave me a little bit of a James Gunn vibe, Guardians.
Yeah, and just so you know, guys, we're going to just play through the whole credits to watch the last scene. Even though it's not our favorite, just for the sake of a watch party, I think you have to watch all the scenes. And I think doing a fast forward just kind of a messy, because it's like we all have to sync up and like screw. We could just have fun discussing the movie in the meantime. But yeah, I mean, overall though, it's a really great movie, and Ezra Miller's performance really carries the movie, and which is good because Ezra's a star. And I think, exactly. And that's basically my stance with this. So, but I really do I like this movie better than Aquaman 2 because I think my issue with Aquaman 2 is there's a protagonist problem. Jason Momoa is great in the Snyder Cut, and I like him in Aquaman. But Aquaman 2, he's a dumbass. Clearly modeled off this. Probably shouldn't spoiler, but point is, I think Aquaman 2, my main issue is Jason Momoa. I actually liked Amber Heard in that movie. Controversial as that may be, I actually liked Amber Heard in that movie.
She's one of the best parts of that movie. 100%. That's why I'm not done with her as Mira. If Zach has different ideas, so be it. But I loved her as Mira. All her personal drama aside,
I agree with Romero, and I agree because here's the thing, guys. I'm not getting involved in all these actors' personal stuff. Okay, at a certain point, there's Leon. At a certain point, it's between us and and look who's in the chat, Zod Rider.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I agree, Zod Rider, 100%. We're just basically watching it just to watch all the scenes because I don't. But yeah, that one.
It really I've saw this movie so many times, Bat Dan, and I love this movie, right? Is it perfect? Like I said, do I have issues and qualms and things I would have changed 100%? But I saw this movie so many times, and the movie really, what we saw to this point, right? It's kind of great, right? And so it left the audience every single time when I would see it with people, they were like, oh, what's it going to be? They were so excited for the post-credit. And to know what it was changed from, right? The post-credit, in my opinion, purposefully was done as a way to disappoint people. That's how I kind of feel. And to make people kind of mad. And we know that this was an insert and a note given, right, by a certain co-head of DC Studios, who he's been bragging about giving notes on all the 2023 DC movies. So, hey, you said it multiple times. You've confirmed it. So you basically confirmed you were sabotaging everything for your own little nefarious purposes. But yeah, it could have been, I think, way worse if Emmerich and Hamada and everybody got their way, right? Because they were going to have, I think, a female Trinity, Wonder Woman. It was going to be Gal, and then of course Leslie Grace would have been Batgirl, replacing Batman, and Sasha Calle would have replaced Superman as Supergirl. And it would have been all female Trinity, leading to a crisis movie for some reason. And then, of course, Pam DeLuca and Mike DeLuca and Pam Abdi came in and course corrected, right? With the whole, we had Henry and Black Adam, right? And then so we were going to have basically the Trinity in the post-credit scene, but with Keaton instead. But then we'd also get Batfleck. So if you know all the behind the scenes, and so many of my friends in my personal life, you know, they just watch stuff and then I tell them after the fact and they're like, oh, that's why, because they always ask me, why did this happen? Why did this feel like different? Right. And then I explain to them all the drama and then they're like, oh shoot, I didn't even know any of this. Right. Like, yeah, I do. I mean, yeah. I wish Junkies like, yeah, Speed Force would have been present. I did like the music in this movie, but yeah, I mean that's just so that gets the hair on my arm standing up, that Speed Force track from Junkie. And overall I did enjoy this movie, enjoyed the soundtrack, and enjoyed what the Muschiettis were trying to give to the fans of DC Comics. Obviously, this is not their original vision, so we're trying to just continue to engage with it and fight for that vision to come to fruition, or at least what the original story was for this universe with Zack's 5-film arc, right?
Exactly. Well, I think it's like the Snyderverse kind of like Star Wars in the sense that it works as its own 5 or 6, and I'm saying 6 for Star Wars film arc, but also as an extended universe. So that's why I think like we get ZSJL 2 and 3, that's a complete story. Okay, here we are. Here's the one scene that we don't really like, but we're going to watch it just to say we watched the whole movie. Oh, God. See, this implies he's not even in the Clooneyverse anymore. Because he's saying there's different Batmans that he's trying.
Yeah, this implies like motivated by bacon.
Yeah, something like that. See, this is still better. To answer your question, this is still better than what we would have gotten with Emmerich, because the thing is, when Gunn came in, Gunn could only change so much. If Gunn was able to change more, I think it would have been worse than Emmerich and Hamada. But Gunn's influence was very limited because he couldn't change the whole film at that point. It was too late. And I think to him, it wasn't even worth cutting out the Snyder references because you had Man of Steel in there. So no matter what he did, you're going to have that in the film. And yeah, we're just going to talk over this scene because it's something.
Yeah, it really it pissed me off because I have been very vocal. I love Jason Momoa as a person. I have loved Jason Momoa way before he was Aquaman. So I've had this thing for Jason Momoa. Okay. But it was obvious to me what Gunn was trying to do, knowing that Aquaman 2 was coming out, right? And then all the reshoots that were done on that film. It made you not, for me, it didn't make me excited to see Aquaman 2. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? That's what you're going to do with this character? Like, who was so majestic and godlike in ZSJL. But
I'm back, boys. Sorry, I had to dip out on you guys.
Why does we watch?
So rude of me. So rude of me.
Hey.
No, I was in my whip with 2 phones, watching you guys and listening to you talk along. Obviously, when you have someone like Sin Havoc in the chat, throwing these dimes out all over the place. And thank you to everyone who popped in and added their little quips about this movie. Yeah, and the rewatch, it's like a year later. I'm like, damn, like, why did this get so much hate again?
Yeah.
Like, I felt that way when I was in the movie, but again, watching it again, I'm like, geez. And part of it is, superhero fans in general they get exposed to a lot of the potential of these movies, and people don't realize that when the movie is to be made, a lot of those ideas were just ideas, right? A lot of those things that you heard about, this could be in the movie, this might be in the movie, this might be in the movie, whatever it might be. A lot of that is just potential, not actually going to be in the movie. And then when they see the movie and they're like, "Oh wait, I heard that this was gonna happen and it didn't happen. What the hell?" Instant disappointment. Like they set themselves up for disappointment. And your scene, or your talk about the end post credit scene is exactly on point. I mean, we know that people of James Gunn's ilk, the CEOs and all of those people, and just from history of what's been written in a book at this point about James Gunn's tactics and how he has people online do his bidding for him, and things of that nature, and has bots and has fake accounts to make people feel bad in other ways, or to push a narrative for himself. That's the same thing, the same kind of tactics with that post-credit scene. After this great film that you saw, and maybe you were confused or you weren't confused by the George Clooney appearance at the end. Maybe that's all you thought about when you saw this film, and all you talked about when you saw this film, and all you gloated about was the fact that you called a 2-second appearance in this film. Maybe that's what you did. But when you see this film and you're like, "Oh man, this was a great film. This was a great time." And then you go through the credits and you're like, "This is kind of wonky, huh?
Right.
This is kind of janky credits." After seeing the sweet Flash logo, the sweet Flash suit, the metal, the intricacy of it, the seeing electrons and everything, we're gonna go back to the head state of young Barry, basically, with that post-credit scene.
Yeah.
But then you lead it up to that disappointing Gotham scene with a drunk Aquaman. That's what you want? Not all of James Gunn's additions to Aquaman have been shitting all over the character. So now I beg the question, and then I need to have it answered by some industry insiders. Like, what does James Gunn have against James Wan? Because at this
It's not
point,
his stuff.
right? Well, it seems personal with Aquaman. Have him fall on his face, land in a puddle, spew out drunk nonsense. Like, these are supposed to be characters that are revered, that are looked up to, that kids want to dress up as for Halloween. And for many years, Jason Momoa was that guy. Gave an entire race and culture that's real in this world a superhero to be behind, with the Polynesians and their connection to the ocean and all of that, and Jason's own personal connection to that. Shit over all of them, every single one of them, with every stupid Aquaman joke that you make, every single stupid quip that you have him do. And then the Aquaman 2, like, I don't know what James Wan, I think, has made some statements like he's gonna get out of this like genre and all of that. Like, you wonder why, because these amazing amazing directors and I've always auditors, they are artists, and as an artist, you only want to hear about so many like criticisms or constructive criticisms. Like, you can't see the vision because I have it, and until I make it, you will not see it. So I don't want to hear anything about what you want me to do, like, until a certain point, right? Obviously, collaborations are different, but as far as you gave me a task, I'm going to do it. Do not judge the making of it product, because you know that's what these executives did, and you know that afterwards, James Gunn just had to stick his foot in the door and shit over everything, and everyone's like, why? Or you may if you're a rational person, you're asking yourself why. It's because James Gunn wanted the DCEU to look like complete and utter trash. He wanted that to be a joke so that when he started his own universe, oh, this is the serious stuff. This is the real stuff. This isn't that type of comedy anymore. But he's gonna have the same style of jokes that were in Peacemaker season 1. Everything that all of the actual DC fans and like right people are like, oh, it has its fan base. Are they DC fans? Because all the DC fans that I know hated Vigilante. And that Peacemaker is not Peacemaker, okay?
Like, Peacemaker is supposed to be comedian is based off of Peacemaker.
Right.
So that'll give you an idea. Watchmen's comedian
is
basically Peacemaker.
I would beg to argue with anybody or discuss with anybody too about how in Marvel you can kind of get away with completely changing a character or like changing the origin and like just taking little bits and pieces. But in DC, these characters are so iconic. Their origin stories are so iconic and so well known and so popular. When you start to mess with them, it doesn't matter like who it is, right? Like DC fans know of Peacemaker and Vigilante, and those are some of the favorite characters. Like when I say that I'm a Flash fan because I didn't want to be on the type of time that everybody was with Superman and Batman, that same thing was happening in the 70s and 80s. But maybe some people weren't going to the Flash. They were going to Vigilante or they're going to Lobo because they had those outlets. Now, when I was growing up, I didn't have those type of things readily available to me. So I wasn't interested in those. I didn't see those things. But back in the day, when those characters were popular, they had a following. And the rendition that James Gunn made is not the rendition as it's a rated R version, right? But what is the rated R like even for? Because it wasn't for adults. Like it was just so you could be grotesque. That's it. And that's
juvenile humor.
Yeah, that's not funny. That's not funny to adults. But you have to grow up in order to understand that. And I have a feeling that James Gunn still hasn't by the way that he acts and the way that he speaks online, and the way that he carries himself. I mean, the Flash movie. What did he add in? Just a bunch of nonsense, a bunch of I need to make a change to this for whatever reason. Like literally the George Clooney thing had no bearing on the DCU. Could have just fucking left it. Could have just left it be. Like I don't know. There's no reason for that, but James Gunn to just stick his ego into the movie and ruin it any way they want. Same thing with the post-credit scene. Like you wasted everybody's time doing that. And God bless Ezra for even putting effort into that fucking that end credit scene. Like he was being a good worker at that point in time and just doing what he does. Because like if I'm Ezra, I'm like, nah, we're not doing this fucking scene. You're gonna ruin my movie at the end of it. That's what I would do. And Henry Cavill, Ben Affleck, they all would have fucking done that. It's just like Ezra wasn't in that position because of actions that he did himself. But James Gunn,
some of them,
right? Yeah, exactly. But James Gunn is literally actively put a stake into this for no reason, and it just it blows your mind, but it makes a lot of sense because he just wanted his DCU to be the end all be all. But we see like with obvious announcements and leaks, right? You're never gonna get away from Zack Snyder's Justice League, man.
Nope.
You're never gonna get away from Zack Snyder's Superman. Like you're never gonna get away from that. It's you were talking about the Muschiettis earlier too, and like you feel bad for them. It's like, it's like they should just form a directors guild of people who were abused and used by WB, like and all those actors. And honestly, like if there's a directors DC, like I want to see that. Like if it's Zack Snyder's DC and they all just have a home there, and he's the guy who's like, yo, come tell your DC story over here. I hope that there's an outlet for that.
Maybe Netflix could do that with getting like the Ayer cut and the Muschietti cut.
They could
get stories over on there. That's the way that I think it will be done.
They absolutely could. They absolutely could. It just that last scene was done to sabotage, and for no reason.
Yep.
But this still a great movie in my opinion. I told when each screening I went to, I got up with my fiance. She was my fiance at the time, but with my lady, and each time I hollered out, the road does start with Netflix. Each time I hollered out, "Don't stay. The post credit scene sucks." Each time.
No, gotta let them know.
Yeah.
Oh,
Everyone's like staying in the seat. I'm like, no. I was like, don't stay. Don't stay. It's not worth it. You're
like Black
wasting your
Adam,
time.
we're telling people the exact opposite.
Right.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's like,
No,
stay,
don't go.
stay.
Don't go. Yeah, right.
And then
Exactly.
Flash is like, get out of here, get out of here. And Austin, something you said I really want to speak on, how Gunn bragged about how he gave notes. What pisses me off even more is that in the Suicide Squad, Gunn specifically bragged that as a director, he did not have to take notes. That the only notes he took were the ones he felt like taking, not the ones that he did. And that's why it's hypocritical. And really, at the end of the day, we're doing this stream to show Netflix the love for this cast, for Zack Snyder's characters. Because again, I know not all the Snyder fans love this film. I know that, but it's Zack's cast. We're showing support for Zack's cast, and if this film does well, that might give Netflix more incentive to show the Flash, get the Muschietti cut. Again, it starts. I think, in my opinion, this all starts with getting ZSJL 2 and 3. That's the thing it all starts with. But spin-off projects can happen because here's the thing. When the DCU fails, I think that's our best chance of getting the spin-off projects. I don't think it's dependent on getting ZSJL 2 and 3. But my thing is the DCU fails, WB needs to regroup, and in the meantime, they should sell DC projects to Netflix to keep the hype up for the DC brand. But overall, I love this movie. I think it's a great movie, and Ezra gives an amazing performance. And what I said, I'm going to say the same thing that I said when I woke up from my anesthesia. Ezra Miller is innocent. Sells the SGL to Netflix. Sells Snyderverse to Netflix. Again, that's what was in the back of my mind when the doctors perform medical procedures on. What that says about me, I don't really know, but I'm passionate about justice for Ezra Miller, and I'm passionate about seeing the proper conclusion to the Snyderverse. And before we get our special surprise on, because we actually have a special guest in the background I'll bring up for the surprise. Josh, what are your final thoughts on this Flash movie?
My thoughts on this movie, I think you both know. I love this movie. I saw it. I don't know how many. You got to remember, I was attacked. Me and Sky actually were able to see the movie like way in advance, almost like a month, I think, maybe a little less, before it came out. And I think me and Sky saw the test screening version. So basically it was like, there was a disclaimer that said, this is not the finished movie, blah, blah, blah. I've never been to a advanced screening like that before. So I go to advanced screenings here in Texas, but I've never been to something like that. And it was weird. So this is like a month before the movie came out, right? And then, like I said, that Chrono Bowl scene, there were like, literally you could see there were like crash dummies, like floating along the spheres. They look like crash dummies. And so later on, when I saw the new version of the movie, those were populated with like Marlon Brando's silhouette and for the Christopher Reeves, right? Mm-hmm. So the movie changed slightly, but I do kind of feel like not everything was put into the movie that was shot, right?
Yeah.
And it was also abnormal. I mentioned that I go to screenings with the same people. We're all kind of just people who want to see a free movie, right? Before it comes out. And people were talking in line. I've never gone to advanced free screenings a month before a movie comes out. There had to be about 10 to 11 free screenings that I kept getting invited to, even though I had already seen. So in my opinion, there was just self-sabotage before this movie came out, right? We know during production, obviously, with all these reshoots and things for notes from James Gunn and other entities, right? But then you're literally, you're sabotaging your opening weekend numbers. I've never seen a studio and these are like multiple major cities around the world where these 10, 11, 12 screenings were happening before the movie comes out. So to this day, we talk about it. And when I see the same people at these event screenings, we talk and they were like, remember when there was like 12 free Flash screenings? They're like, yeah, that was crazy. No movie has ever done that.
Because they wanted it to fail.
Yeah.
That's the reality.
This movie was sabotaged by WB. And
that's
an agenda, like Austin is saying, to devalue what was before and prop up what they're trying to make a narrative about now. That is very laughable in my opinion.
Exactly. Sorry. I just want to quickly say, and that's why I don't think you can put all of it on the Ezra allegations, because there are so many other factors aside from that. Well, first of all the DC EU movies failed after their reboot announcement, so let's not act like.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to say that the Ezra allegations had nothing to do with it, no, but certainly a lot of the other self-sabotage they did definitely was a factor. But at the end of the day, this is why this is important. Show Netflix the engagement for the Flash movie. Show Ezra Miller some love, because Ezra Miller really needs it. Because, again, I hated that Ezra was recast in Invincible. I respect the business decision from Amazon. I don't respect the actor who replaced Ezra retweeting an article that through some of the allegations at Ezra and then using a prayer emoji. I do not respect the actor for doing that. So
Thanks.
Yeah,
I will, but
there's going to be just more coming out about all this shadiness. I think some people like Sin Havoc were talking about class action lawsuits against all the meddling, so who knows? But it's a wonder that this movie is as good as it is, right? That we saw, having considered all that, we know all this because we're fans. But I still had a fucking great time. It's playing literally on my Netflix right now, and I'm really just glad that Dan, you have an event where us fellow Flash fans and just DC fans can rock out and enjoy on a platform where we know we're going to be taken care of, right?
Yes,
exactly. And just so you know, just because you're on this watch party right now, I still want to see both of you guys doing your own watch parties on your own channels for this movie.
I think I'm going to be having one very soon. So
you might. I mean, this might have to be the same crew on each fucking channel.
We're just gonna be rotating.
Absolutely, I'm fine with that. I will be good with that. And maybe Josh halfway through Austin's stream,
I can leave.
Yeah, and then halfway through Josh's stream, I'll leave.
Gotta keep it consistent.
Yo, you better go pick somebody up and bring them back home on the way, bro. I really wish I had flash powers then so bad. I was like, God dang it, man!
But at least we've seen this movie before, at least, and
I was listening. I could tell exactly where you guys were talking about during like the watch along. So then that's kind of what I do with all these watch alongs. I cheat. I'll put it up on my Netflix or wherever we're watching, and I'll walk away from it and just have the YouTube. I know exactly what's happening when it's happening. But I felt so bad because I'm driving too, so I couldn't really be in the chat. And
safety comes first.
Yeah, on the way there I was able to. On the way back, I'm getting yelled at. Stop it! Put your phone, man. Come on. Tell them I'm on my way. But yes, I'm sorry about that. I do apologize. And yes, I would love to have you guys on my channel to do a Flash watch along.
Let's go.
Definitely. And we can definitely get to more afterwards, but I do want to get to this special surprise because we do have a guest waiting backstage. So this is a little project that this person is working on, and I'll bring him on as this clip plays. So I'm pretty excited about this. So get ready.
Hello, I'm One Punch Dan. What you are about to see is an animated concept art demo reel for Zod Writer's upcoming One Punch Dan movie starring me. This is just a small sample of the many months of work and dedication Zod has put into this project. An official live-action trailer, as well as a release date for the feature film itself, is forthcoming, so like our good friend Sin Havoc is so fond of saying, stay tuned. Enjoy the demo.
Hit straight through your scalp, walk through.
Hello, Zod Rider.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Flash watch party panel and this great chat over here. How are all you doing?
Sorry
Shout
if you were waiting for a while, Zod. That was really cool, though.
Oh, it was worth the wait. You know, Batman and I have been talking for a while about how to go about announcing this project and how to go about, getting, building some hype. So
that was I love
Nailed
the
it.
theme
You
song.
nailed it.
I love the theme song.
And and especially related because did you notice we even mentioned Ezra Miller in the song? So
Mhm. And shout out to Ezra Miller for giving me a shout out on Zod's channel when we were collaborating. I appreciate it.
oh yeah, of course. Of course. Hey, we gotta call in all the stuff. We gotta do this the right way, Syndicate Network, right? We gotta do it the right way. See, that's what it is. So listen, it's so much fun and it's so great to be working on a project like this and then being able to collaborate directly with One Punch Dan himself is really making the project very, very smooth and easy to work on. So yeah.
Shout out to y'all for doing, actual,
Something original.
Oh,
original.
actually, I do have to confess something. Do you know how much work I actually put into this project? I mean, doing anything. You know that voice that
Hey.
you heard in the beginning? That sounded like me? That wasn't me. I did not say a single line.
Wow. Your AI is crazy.
But you exist.
Right.
You exist.
Bat Dan gave me permission to use his voice. That's all I needed because I wanted his voice for the main character of One Punch Dan. And if any of you would like to be in the movie and would like to voice a character, all you have to do is give me permission to clone your voice, and I'll make you a character in the movie.
Nice.
because it's not about, because I don't need you to actually physically be in the movie. I'm actually working for the One Punch Dan movie. I'm actually working with a closed sourced software program right now, and I can't really disclose a whole lot about it right now because it's in the testing stages. I'm a member of all these AI video testing groups and doing all kinds of things. But let me just tell you right off the bat that what is being created for this One Punch Dan movie is going to make James Gunn's Superman movie look even more pathetic, because I can tell you right now the release date for the One Punch Dan live action movie is going to be July 11th, 2025, which is the release date of Superman Lunacy. And I'm telling you right now, this movie already, with the scenes I've been able to work on, the live action scenes I've been able to craft through the software programs that I'm using, it looks better than anything we've seen from Superman Legacy so far, for sure.
Nice.
As long as there's no red diapers, dude.
Yeah. No red diapers, no granny panties, nothing like that. We have, One Punch Dan. In fact, you could, Bat Dan, if you want to, you could show the thumbnail that we were going to use for the announcement, because that's a good indication.
Oh, yeah.
Let me see here. That's a good indication of what his final suit actually looks like in the film.
Yeah, I didn't really prepare for that. Let me just find that one real quick.
I'm
Yeah,
sure
you know which one I'm talking about.
Yeah. You sent it to me on a DM recently. Do you remember if you sent this to me? You might have sent this to me on Twitter, though.
No, I sent it to you. I think I sent it to you as a text message.
Oh yeah, yep. That's right. Hold on. I think there's a way I can get this saved to.
I'm sure it's a better reveal than
all I'm trying to say here, guys, is that I'm doing, as you guys know, I'm very, very passionate about this AI stuff from a creative perspective. Like, I like the fact that I can write my own stuff and bring it to life through AI, whether it be, Tupac songs going after the right people, whether it be music, you know, or movies or animation, whatever have you. And it's so much fun because, you know, Batman and I were talking about this, and I came to the conclusion that all it's doing really is cutting out the actual legwork. You can actually do it all from your computer, but you still have to do the work. It's still not it doesn't just come together automatically. You have to do everything. You have to write it, you have to produce it, you have to prompt it correctly, you have to, you know, set up all your shots. You have to do everything that you would do if you were actually out there filming it, just other than physically going out there and having a director of photography go out there and film everything for you. So it's a very complex process, and ultimately I think it's going to be worth it though. The Batman, the demo reel that I showed you guys was that, you know, was some animation, was actually some storyboards that I animated particularly for that reveal, so that Batman could show it on his channel. So I don't know what do you guys think? What do you think, Austin? You're the super talented guy in the group. You do all kinds of great stuff. What's your opinion on all that kind of stuff?
AI for me is obviously, it's a little bit of a contingency point, because as you're saying, like, it is so much work to do just to make your own stuff. If you're trying to make it without any like help, if you're trying to just do it from the program up, and that's just learning how to do it, not like having a story, having any of that, right? And that's why the production like model that exists, right? There's the artists who make the story, and then there's a guy who can make it for you. But as you say, it cuts it out. So for me, it's like, well, it kind of takes my job away. But at the same time, it does. It's a competition aspect for me. So I'm like, whatever. Like, go ahead. Like, AI can go as far as it wants. It's still not going to be able to do what a human can do, as far as like being able to touch up a level of detail. Or if you have a specific thing, I don't have to prompt anything. I can just go in and edit it, right? As far as, I don't know what AI technology is at this current point in time, but as far as my understanding of it, it's a lot of, like you say, prompts and things of that nature. But I will say, for people who don't have somebody to go to, don't have a talent set where they can make it themselves, I think AI is amazing, because like you said, it gives you the ability to go ahead and make what you want. All right, I have this idea, and instead of just having it be an idea or something you write down on a paper, something you write down in drafts, and it just sits there and it's there, and that's all you were able to do with it, because you can't get funding for it, you can't get somebody to like enjoy the idea, see your vision, whatever it may be. So now you can just go right from your idea right to the production and just start making the stuff yourself. Like, so for that aspect, I have no problem with it. I love it, actually, because it gives people the power, as far as not having to go through any gatekeepers. And then on the other side of that, say the AI creation is so good that a studio actually picks it up and wants to make it a real thing. Like, that's a possibility on the other side of that too, where you can get your foot in the door to an industry where you didn't have any way in before. You're
Right.
like, oh wow, this guy can create this. Like, what else can he do? Or the guy or gal, whoever it may be. So yeah, it opens a lot of doors for people who aren't in the industry but have the creative notion to make these type of things. And you doing these things, you creating these things, also gives other people the realization, and it will inspire and will motivate others to be like, oh shit, I can do that. Like, he can do that, I can do that. Like, that's a possibility. Like, oh my god. And then they'll start creating their own stuff. And so I think it's good. It's all good, no matter what you want to say or have an opinion about it. If you see AI and you automatically negative, I think that's not realistic, honestly. Like, we've always had AI. We just had a different name for it, just computers, and that's all it was. They just did your computing for you, And now it's just so advanced. Now you're like, oh no, it's AI, it's artificial intelligence. Like it's all artificial intelligence, all of it. What we're using right now, what you're using to watch this, well, your phone every day. That's always been artificial intelligence, all of it, because it's all computers, it's all artificial, it's not human. So yeah, if you want to get into a debate about it, it's a big, long, lengthy, lazy debate about people who just don't want to accept reality. So no,
Right. It's just another tool at the end of the day.
and
That's it.
use it, and dude, you're doing an amazing job. I can't say enough about what you use AI to its fullest extent, and that's what it should be used for, man. You shouldn't have to ask anybody to make what you want to make, and it goes a long way. Like I said, for others who see this stuff and they're like, oh man, I can create too. So you may not even realize it, but you do inspire people to go and create themselves, and that's a gift. Like we all have to remind ourselves that too. Like no matter what we do in this life and in this movement, this cell movement, and this Snyder fandom and the Syndicate network, like I've heard so many people who are famous or who are massive icons, and they all kind of like say this one thing, like, ah, man, like as long as I change one person's life, like that's enough for me. And it's like, well, shit, we always talk about like others, I should say, always talk about numbers and all this stuff, and it's like, yo, if we could change one person's life, like that's really, you made an impact. Like you did something, and for the better. So yeah, man, I think I think this AI thing is awesome. You're gonna enable people to be recognized too if they want to have their voice in this thing. And putting Bat Dan on, that's awesome, man. We love some Bat Dan. We love Bat Dan over here. So I think it's well worth it, man. And thank you, because I'm gonna be watching. That's for sure. That's entertainment right there, bro. So thank you. That's my
Well, I mean, I did have an idea for a character for you, good Austin. So I was
give you the permission. I'll slide in your DMs, bro.
The character idea that I had for you was you're gonna be like this super talented tech guy that One Punch Dan goes to. Like you're a friend of Bat Dan's, and you go and he goes to you for all his like super gadget stuff that he needs. That's not just for like almost like you'd almost be like his Lucius Fox, but you're actually his, around his age. So it's almost so you're just like that super cool friend that knows how to do all that stuff. But I kind of have the idea of you being like that, and then of course there's a character in the movie that Bat Dan is rescuing who has a very, I'll say, similar resemblance to the Flash. But he's not the Flash. He'll be something else, but he's very similar to the Flash, and he looks more like John Wesley Shipp in the live action that I'm doing than Ezra Miller. I didn't want to make him young like Ezra Miller. I made him an older guy, he's sort of like a mentor to One Punch Dan, kind of like, if you're familiar with Batman the Animated Series, how Batman was his mentor was the Gray Ghost. He watched the Gray Ghost on TV, and that inspired him as a kid. Well, this is kind of that hero, and it's actually One Punch Dan that has to go rescue this hero. And so there's a lot going into it. But that one image that you pulled up, Bat Dan, that full color image that what we were going to use for the announcement for the thumbnail, is kind of an idea of like an approximation of what your final suit will look like, other than like it's probably going to have the one. You're probably going to have the one on its chest, because there's a sequence in there where it kind of lights up, and you have when you go into battle, because everything One Punch Dan gets his powers. He's like solar powered. He gets all that energy from the sun. So it's it's just so badass. I can't wait to share more with you guys. like I said, when we're ready to when I have a full trailer for you guys, that's gonna be an amazing day, because we're gonna, and Batman and I already have plans to watch, be watching multiple cuts of the movie as it progresses and all of that, and there's going to be different characterizations and different things that might get cut out or people get added in and stuff. And the great part about AI is that we can do all that, and it's not really going to be a big deal. So if we don't like the way one particular character is in the story, we can cut the character out and replace the character with someone else, and we can see how different things work. So it's a really big, undertaking. Like I said, I've been working on it for several months now, and I'm just so excited. I couldn't be more happy, especially knowing we're going to have a movie in the fandom that's going to compete with Superman Legacy.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And we're going to do a watch party right here on YouTube, because the whole movie is an original IP. Like Good Austin was saying, it's an original project. So there won't be any of that copyright nonsense. We'll all be able to sit here and watch the film and enjoy it as though it's something like new right out of the theater. We won't even have to worry about thing. And I'm going to at some point be able to share with Batman some scenes that I've shot in IMAX aspect ratio for this movie. So there's a lot of stuff going on. Like I said, I'm super excited. I'm just glad we were able to finally do a reveal and reveal it to the community, because now we can kind of start the hype train going for it.
Well, you've helped redeem us, Zod, from the disappointment of the James Gunn post-credit scene. You gave us a post-credit scene reveal that we can actually be excited for.
Josh, what are your thoughts on this?
I think it's, like I said, like that's honestly what I was thinking. I was like, well, this is how you redeem the disappointment that we saw from James Gunn. So I'm really impressed from what you were able to come up with, Zod, ever since we did that Army of Thieves stream together, where the name One Punch Dan was coined.
It's you and Sin Havoc that are gonna get co-creator credits along with myself for One Punch Dan, because we all came up with that in that one stream. So you guys will be credited, and it's just one of those things where I really want to see. I just really want to see how far it can go, because the rabbit hole's going a little bit deeper on One Punch Dan, because I'm doing the movie, but then I'm also working with another AI program I was in a Zoom meeting last week for 3 hours with the creators of this new program that allows you to create full-on TV shows from scratch. And the TV shows can be either live action or animation. So what I was telling Dan, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a One Punch Dan. I'm going to also do a One Punch Dan animated series to go along with the One Punch Dan movie.
Nice.
And that way we'll have an animated series, we'll have a movie, and then we'll just blow it up and turn it into a whole franchise sort of a thing.
This is how you do, this is how you make up for the fact that we're getting subpar content from DC Studios. You make your own, Zod. So shout out to you and Bat Dan for being the inspiration for this project.
Yeah, I mean, who knew that talking about Bat Dan, punching old ladies and kicking puppies in the face would lead to a project like this.
I never said kicking puppies in the face.
well, there is a scene where One Punch Dan kicks a puppy in the face. There's a scene in the movie, but it's accidental. He doesn't mean to do it, but he's in the middle of a fight with one of the main villain, the female cyborg villain, who will remain unnamed for now. But she is attacking him, and her minions are attacking him, and there's this little cute puppy that happens to get in the way, and I focus in on the fact that the puppy is so cute, so adorable, and then One Punch Dan accidentally kicks off his heel and kind of kicks the puppy in the face, and it goes, oh! And it just was like a little, it was just like a little nod to the whole, Bat Dan chooses, violence first kind of a thing. It really does. But no, it's actually a cute scene because the puppy gets up and he doesn't kill the puppy or anything. And Bat Dan, of course, feels very, very remorseful for having kicked the puppy, but he's like in the middle of this fight with his arch nemesis, so he kind of has to, he's trying to save people, and the puppy happens to be he gets the brunt of a nice little swift kick from One Punch Dan, but it's okay though. It's an okay scene. I think the scene actually turns out kind of cute actually in the end after the violent, not so blatant kick, the force of the foot to face kind of thing. So, we got some foot to face action going on in the movies. So I don't know. I'm really excited to see where this goes. I think that Bat Dan is going to impress you all with his wonderful acting skills, because he's definitely got some great lines. He's got some great scenes.
He's an experienced guy on set, from what I hear. So
yeah, he was already in a movie.
Yeah,
this is his starring role. This is his big one. I mean,
he's moving up fast in this Hollywood chain.
The best part about it, Josh, is that we don't need, we don't need Hollywood. We're all creative enough to come up with our own stuff and do our own thing and make it work.
Now with everything going into public domain, sky's the limit, right? So you're going to be, like Austin was saying, a catalyst, Zod, for this type of thing, right? You're starting it off because stuff is going, we already know, Blood and Honey, one of Bat Dan's, stuff like that,
I'm actually, I seen people having like a discussion about AI and about people that are using AI video during the week. And somebody had made a comment about how, well, this is how, if the studio doesn't let, Zack make Justice League 2 and 3, something to the effect of the fans will make it. It's going to get made because AI and this AI video technology is so good. It's indistinct. And I'm telling you now, the software I'm working with right now, okay, is photorealistic. You cannot tell the difference between anything that I've created for One Punch Dan and something that you see in a Hollywood big budget movie. It's that good. Now, here today in 2024. So all I'm saying is, like the stuff like what Good Austin was saying earlier. Yeah, not only does this bypass the middleman, but you're talking about photorealistic, indistinguishable to the human eye. It's not like the kind of AI video generations we get now where people have like multiple fingers and they've got like, two noses and it looks goofy and you can tell that it's AI. With what I'm using for One Punch Dan, you cannot tell that it is not like filmed, like that. I didn't go out and actually shoot this with a camera. It's unbelievable. And that's what makes it scary, because this is where it is now. Okay. And so that means when it actually becomes public and more people start using it to make movies, we're going to see some incredible content in the near future. And it's going to be very hard to distinguish this from what we get from Hollywood. And the best part is it's going to tap into talented people who have stories that they want to tell. But like Austin was saying, you don't really have the funding to go out and, do it yourself. You don't have a big studio backing. I mean, I could just imagine how much money this One Punch Dan movie would cost if we were actually wanted to try to get a studio to be like, hey, Warner Brothers, we got this story, for One Punch Dan. Can you give us, can you give us $100 million to do this movie? Can you give us 80 million to 100 million to do it? I mean, it looks like, there's some money behind it, but it's just I'm just doing it through AI. So we'll see.
I'm really excited about this. I think this will be a really great movie. Obviously, I'm a little biased because I'm starring in this movie, but I think this was something really cool, especially if you put more people from the community in this movie as supporting characters. This could, in a way, be something for all of us in the Syndicate
network.
Well,
what I was thinking and what I want to do is I want to extend the invitation to allow as many people in the community as possible, because I'm going to reach out to Mikey's sister too, and see if it's okay if I use Mikey in the movie. I actually want Mikey to be a character, kind of like I want Mikey to be like our Stan Lee, like the way Stan Lee was in all the Marvel movies. I want Mikey to be that for us. And I want to put Mikey in like a little cameo here and there and, have him in there. And if she gives me the permission to do that,
that'd be so cool.
Then Mikey will be in it too. So in a way, this is my way of kind of carrying the torch for Dreamwalker through AI, doing an original project without, where I can include everybody.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude.
That's awesome.
I love that. It's really great to hear. And Zod and I, we're gonna have a bigger discussion on this, a whole stream dedicated to this. I wanted to have a stream to actually announce this, so that when I do like a One Punch Dan stream, people actually know what that is and tune in. Because if I just did One Punch Dan without this, people would be like, what? So I'm really excited about this. I really think this will be great, Zod Writer. And thank you guys for this great stream. I loved watching the Flash movie. It was great showing support for Zach's cast, great showing support for Ezra Miller, and great stream. This was the perfect stream to announce your movie, Zod Writer. I really wanted it to be something big that people would watch. So I figured it had to be a cell engagement stream in some way, shape, or form. And with the mention of Ezra Miller, and even though the Flash character is not based on Ezra Miller, my fighting for Ezra Miller, that's what's based, that's the Ezra Miller image.
Well, that's your theme. That's your theme song for the animated series. The song that was playing was the theme song that I created for that, so that when I do the animated series, that's what you'll see. It's like an anime kind of a theme. Sweet. So you get so it kind of has that, Japanese like sound to it, the way it opens up, and it's got that kind of fast-paced rock kind of a thing, and reminded me a little bit of, I'm inspired by Fist of the North Star, so I'm kind of going for those Fist of the North Star vibes with your theme song. And of course, with One Punch Dan being so powerful, I'm kind of taking some inspiration from Kenshiro from Fist of the North Star as well, and trying to incorporate all those things into this. And it's going to be neat to see it all done in live action, though. That's what I'm talking about. Like what we just showed today was literally just some storyboards being animated. That's literally what it was. And I'm like, but when you actually see it in live action, like some of the scenes I've done, I think you guys are going to be blown away. I think you guys are going to be like, rubbing your eyes, wondering what you just looked at, because you're like, oh, so you didn't actually go out and shoot this? No, this is that's the crazy part. I think it's going to look better. I think it's going to have better cinematography than the James Gunn Superman movie, for sure.
Oh, that's not a high bar. That is.
I was gonna say that's a low bar, but yeah, I think you're gonna leap over that for sure, my friend.
Oh,
especially
definitely.
with your taste in movies. Yeah, you definitely you require the eye after a while, I feel like. of being able to shoot a nice movie. So I trust whatever is going to come out of the AI studios that you got going there. I'm looking forward to it, man. I'm excited. And I'm excited to be a part of it.
Oh yeah, I definitely want you and Josh to be a part of it. And anybody, and again, anybody in the community who wants to be a part of it, I definitely want you to be in it. And I'm actually thinking of, we'll put if we're still hashtagging and doing all of that, we'll put the hashtags in the credits for Cell ZSJL to Netflix. And I want you, if you can, do a Syndicate Network logo that you want me to use in the movie, and I'll put the Syndicate Network logo in the movie as well.
Oh,
that way we
yeah,
can have that in there. And I mean, you created that logo, so I want to make sure that it's your logo that you use. Yeah. So all of these things, I've got like a ton of ideas, and this is the whole point of like, yeah, I was like with Batman, I'm like, we got to announce this because I want to be able to reach out to everybody. I want to have you all in the movie. It's like, there's no reason why you can't all be characters in the One Punch Dan mythology. I mean,
yeah, right. That's cool, dude.
Exactly. And this will be a great way for our community to really come together. And Zod and I, we're going to do another stream on this, like totally just about this, to really expand and just say everything about it. And I'm really excited. The format of how that show is going to be, I'm still debating on, but I am really excited. I'm really excited for this. And again, Zod Rider, thank you for coming on to announce this. And Austin and Josh, thank you for not only coming on to watch the Flash movie and engage with it, but also to be the first people to react live to One Punch Dan. And I'm really excited. And again, coming up, we will definitely be the stream will definitely, the One Punch Dan stream will definitely be coming up to talk more and more about this. And I guess, Zod Rider, other than that, what's coming up on your channel?
Well, tomorrow night on Late Night Q&A, I have Katie and Andy, Hold My Dual Shock. They'll be joining me. I haven't had them on Late Night Q&A yet, so I'm excited to pick their brain and talk to them. Like I have all of you gentlemen. I've had you guys all on Q&A before, and I get excited every time I get a chance to talk to some new people that I haven't had on there before. So that should be fun. So that's coming up. And then on Friday, Mads Mama Bear and I are doing a watch party for Beverly Hills Cop 3 to, celebrate the upcoming sequel, which is going to be I think it's going to be July 3rd on Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm super hyped up for that because I'm a big Beverly Hills Cop fan. I think you said you were going to be there for that one too, Bat Dan. So I'm excited. That's going to be a fun one. And anybody that wants to join us is more than welcome to do so.
That's awesome.
Can't
I'm glad
wait.
that you're doing that lead up to the Netflix premiere, because obviously that's got to be a little engagement event.
Absolutely. That's
obviously,
anything to engage with Netflix. I mean, you guys are just killing it on cartoons and serial, and I'm just like, man, this is just. It's like we're a well-oiled machine at this point. Everybody's doing their you notice that everybody's doing their part. It's like everybody is doing their part. Hashtag post your proof. Listen, hey, it is what it is. I mean, you can't, everybody can't be wrong. Everybody can't be lying, right? Somebody's got to be telling the truth. So,
yep. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. I can't wait to see what comes of One Punch Dan. I want to watch it already. But no, you're absolutely right, man. We are a well-oiled machine. We don't have to. The funny thing is, I feel like if some people have the connotation that like Sky and Leon tell us all what to do, it's like, nah, like
no, we all do our own stuff, and we all contribute in our own way.
And
no one told Zod Rider what to do.
Everyone knows what the mission is, though, right? And what like the ROEs, all of that, and like it's not hard to engage in your own way and to find a similarity in what you can do to watch on Netflix or whatever it is. That's not hard to find that because Netflix has so much to offer, and they have so much content to give you if you're a subscriber. Not only that, Zod, if you missed earlier, we were talking about the Six Flags announcement. Netflix is now giving them their subscribers a physical space for them to go visit, some of their favorite shows and movies with Army of the Dead. But then Josh filled us in that they're going to have a storefront somewhat type thing in Dallas and somewhere in Pennsylvania. So they're going to have a place
that's neat.
on the East Coast and in Texas. I guess it's like the midway point where West Coasters will probably have. They already have one, I believe, in LA, Netflix store. But this is going to give more of America a physical spot for them to go to, because Netflix is just digital, right? It used to be physical when you got that DVD in the mail.
That used to be fun. I used to
awesome.
I used to love to see how quickly I could get them to mail me out, additional ones. Like I would literally like come in like on like a Saturday and watch. If I got 2 DVDs in the mail, I would watch both of them. And then I would run back to the mailbox and stick them in there immediately so that they would be picked up the next time the mailman came, to see how quickly they would come. And they do come pretty fast. I mean, it doesn't take long. It was pretty cool.
Me and my buddies would have Blockbuster versus like Netflix wars. And like, all right, if it's not available, are you going to be able to get a Netflix before it gets returned and we can go watch this stuff? Or like, what's the race? Who's going to get it first?
I had a conflict of interest because around that time, the woman I was dating was working for Redbox.
Oh,
and that added a whole other dynamic into the situations. And she would come home from work and she would be like, she's like, you would probably have a lot more fun working there than I do. She's like, they're all nerds. She's like, you wouldn't believe the stuff that they talk about. She's like, actually, you probably would believe the stuff that they talk about. So it's crazy to me. But yeah, I
came a long way, dude. And Netflix is still here though, right?
Yeah.
Redbox is kind of. But when's the last time you used the Redbox?
Right? You remember when Netflix gave Blockbuster the opportunity to buy them?
Yep.
You remember that? You remember when Netflix went to Blockbuster and said, "Look, you can buy us," and Blockbuster laughed at them.
Like, we don't need this. Are you kidding me? And Netflix has been the stalwart, the person who's still here, persevered through adversity, had to change, and they kept going afterwards. Now they're
kind of like the Snyder fandom.
Yeah,
exactly.
Evolution always wins, bro.
Hey,
evolution always wins. But yeah, I want to say real quick as far as what I got coming up. Obviously now we're gonna have a flash party watch along on my channel where, as you said, I think Josh is gonna leave during mine, so Josh will have to leave during mine. But we'll have that on my channel coming up. We'll have to schedule that, and then we'll let everybody know. If you want to come back and watch the Flash again, or we can get more people next time. And then I keep teasing this, but I think now I finally got the time where NASCAR is dwindling down to the playoffs. So I'm going to push everybody onto NASCAR who wants to get onto NASCAR and get into one of the America's pastimes. It is gaining steam. It is gaining traction. Is one of the most watched sports now.
So that's going to be Syndicate Network Sports.
Syndicate Sports, buddy.
All right.
Make it official. Make it official. Syndicate Sports. Yeah, and the first broadcast has to be on my channel, as if we're gonna make it official. But right now, Syndicate Sports is kind of running a soft opening on the Sky and Steno show. The Sky and Steno show. They talk a lot of NBA, boxing now, because boxing is catching up some steam.
They got good chemistry together, though.
It's amazing.
Nice. It's nice to see those two. It's nice to see those two, and it's nice to see Sky. Sky bouncing off somebody new like that. When he came in, because I remember when he came in, I was a little bit leery at first. I was telling Beth that I'm like, "What do we know about this guy?" Well, he's a friend of Sky, and it's like, oh, okay, and then it's like, oh yeah, And so now it's just you just expect them to be there. It's
Yeah,
just kind of one of those things.
exactly. Where's Stino at? I had heard of I talked to Stino, and it's Sky would tell me, yeah, I'm hanging with my boy Stino all the time. So like I knew of him, I knew he was around, I knew they were chilling. So I'm like, all right, if this guy is hanging out with Sky, every other day or day in and day out, like he must be cool. And have we been pleasantly surprised with Stino over here? He's a great dude, man. And if by any chance, I know these two are coming, but Zod, if you can come to the meetup too, you'll be able to meet Stino. But
yeah, I wish I could, man. I got some work commitments that are gonna keep me away, but I would love it, man. And I'll definitely be there with you guys in spirit because I love all you guys. We'll
be streaming it, and I'm gonna try and like it would be probably annoying my fiance, but I'm gonna try and take as much content for everybody because
I gotta ask you, man, how are you enjoying having a fiance? I just gotta ask you because that's a great thing, and every time you say that, I get excited because that's a great feeling, bro.
Well, it's funny because when we first started saying it, we're like, ugh. What are we? We're like, what did you just call me? But nah, it's just like who she is. That's my fiance. Until she's, I was my buddy the other day. I was like, oh yeah, soon I'll have a wife. I'd be like, and then I would say, this is my wife.
This is my
wife. I'll definitely be saying that, but no, it's amazing, man. I'm the luckiest guy in the world to have this person in my life, and the fact that she lets me do what I do and lets me take all the time to give to everybody else. Man, I'm completely lucky. I will say though, you like as far as seeing me on everybody's stream, like it will be a little bit less because we're getting to the planning stages of the wedding now, and we got to put all that together. So yeah, it's amazing, man.
You have so much creativity, man, that you've got to be able to, distribute that creativity evenly, man. And that's one of the things that's one of the things I love about this community. We're all creatives, all of us, and we all have all these things that we bring, and it's just a matter of trying to find the right amount of time to do it. And yeah, we can't always make each other's streams and that kind of stuff, but it doesn't matter because we're all here for each other, and we're all contributing to the same thing, which is a beautiful community, and it just is only going to get better from here, man. So
oh my god, yeah, absolutely.
So congratulations, Austin. That's awesome.
Thank you first and foremost, and then I'll have to say too, she'll never see this, but I'll have to clip it to her and send it to her. Like, I love that woman beyond all doubt, and I wouldn't be who I am and be where I am without her. So just want to say that I love you, baby. I'll clip this for you and send it to you later. I'm the luckiest guy in the world to have her, to be honest. So thank you for giving me a spot to say that, bro.
No problem. I think it's important to appreciate these moments with your loved ones. It's important to appreciate the people in your life who made you who you are. And again, Austin, congratulations as well. I'm really happy for you.
Thank you. You guys are going to be meeting her this August, so.
Oh, I cannot wait. and I don't know how to not awkwardly transition from this, so I'm just going to do it. Josh, what's coming up on your channel?
Do it. Yeah. What do you got?
Well, we got to have a flash stream watch long, so we'll try to space them out, and we'll do one on Austin's and then maybe do one on mine. I know
I'm going to jump on your stream, Josh. I'm going to jump on your stream, Josh, as the Flash movie hater. I'm going to be there so that I can be like, yeah. Get my comments.
We'll engage with the
all opinions are welcome. That's the thing with our community.
That's fair enough. We complete the trifecta on Josh's channel for sure.
I'm just joking about that, though. I mean, I understand, and listening to you guys, you guys all have your reasons for why you love it so much and all that, and that's a beautiful thing, because the only thing that with me is I keep telling telling Batman this. I just want the Muschietti cut, man.
Yeah.
That's all. I just want that Muschietti cut. Give me that Muschietti cut, and I'll be really happy because I know it'll be great.
Yep. I mean, we got to just keep spreading the message. So the more streams, the better, And I want to apologize and give a shout out to Bat Dan. I have kind of been away from the YouTube space and not as active. I've been going through some family stuff that's keeping me tied up. So I have been pushing off some streams that Bat Dan's been wanting to do. So we're going to find a time for that, Bat Dan, to link up and do some stuff together. And
Absolutely.
Just stay tuned, and more will be announced soon.
And Josh, and yeah, definitely always, and this is a blessing for everyone. Your family stuff always comes first. So I always tell people this, like, the only thing I ever ask for anyone, and Josh, you have been great about this, is communication. That's it. If you can't do it, that's fine. Just let me know. And you've been very great about that, Josh. And I will never, ever ask anyone to come on my show if it disrupts something of important family thing. In fact, if I find out someone does do that, they're banned from my show forever. Because I never want someone to put something about that before coming on my show before a big family event. That is never okay on my channel. So I appreciate you, Josh, always being attentive and just letting me know. And we will figure it out, because I do have some streams I want to do with you, absolutely, but we will figure that out. The important thing is that you enjoy your time with your family and do what you need to do for your family. And I'm going to kind of wrap this up now, because we are going
We're past the
Snyder cut.
way past the Snyder cut, but that's okay. We had a great time, and maybe I'll time stamp this. We'll see. But I guess for me, coming up is some streams with Josh that we're hopefully planning. And since I brought this up, yes, I do plan to do that Ezra Miller show. I just, again, need to figure out the details about that. I'll say it'll probably be an episode of Bat Dance Discussions, but not live. It'll probably be pre-recorded. I normally don't like doing that, but I think in this case, because I kind of want to be attentive in the comments section for that one for obvious reasons. So we'll be on the lookout for that, because I announced on the Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey stream that Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 2 stream, because it happened right after Ezra Miller was replaced on Invincible. Well, I mean, Ezra Miller was replaced a while ago, but the episode just aired and it was just kind of confirmed. So point is, after that time, I do want to let people know, since this was a flash watch party, that's still happening. If the first thing I shout out after anesthesia is Ezra Miller is innocent, I'm going to do a stream about that. So be on the lookout for that. And Socks and I are going to be doing some X-Men movie reviews. And maybe, Josh, if we get some scheduling, because I know you love those X-Men movies, but Socks does not like them. So we could definitely use that contrary opinion. But we want to review the other two main X-Men movies, the 3 Wolverine movies, and the 2 Deadpool movies. We already reviewed the first X-Men movie of the Fox universe, So to get ready for Deadpool 3, Marvelous Discussions, we review all good and bad. So be on the lookout. And also, Socks is watching Acolyte for me too. So Socks has been a real trooper for me.
Socks, I'm nominating Socks for sainthood. I mean, you are putting that man literally through cinematic hell. That's what you're doing.
God bless.
Torture. God bless him. Oh my
Especially
God.
Socks of all people, dude. He's gonna be losing his freaking mind.
Oh my God. Yeah. I mean,
he's probably losing.
And I sympathize with him because I hate all that stuff too. So I'm just like, wow, Socks. I feel bad for you.
We know and love Socks too. So that's why I say that. He's probably losing his fucking mind watching that, man. I'm laughing, but I feel for you, Socks. I feel for you, bro.
Oh yeah, but I appreciate Socks doing this for me, because I enjoy doing the shows with him. I enjoy doing the Marvelous shows with him, and
his opinion is awesome.
Exactly, and he's not like the biggest DC fan, but you know what? That's okay. That's what I love, though, is that we get that contrary opinion.
Oh yeah,
and he respects Snyder, and that's all we ask for.
Well, your arguments with him about Batman versus everybody in Marvel are just legendary. Those arguments are so great. Like you're just like,
the banter is real.
Yeah. I mean, it's that can't be replicated. That's genuine, 100%.
Magneto-proof spray. I'm just saying, that's all Batman needs. Magneto-proof spray. That's all and then Magneto is Batman's bitch. So, but we could go on exactly integrity and that's why I'm want to get Josh onto one of the X-Men streams, because we want that contrary opinion. I'm not the best about accepting it with Snyder. I will admit that, but we'll maybe work on that at some point. But anyways, guys, just kind of say, I really appreciate you guys all coming on. I had a great time just watching the Flash movie with you two, and you, Zod, coming on at the end to talk One Punch Dan and just talk about this other great stuff. We have so much great stuff for Cell coming up. A lot of great. And I'm this Flash movie on Netflix is another sign. I'm just saying it's another sign. Great things are happening soon. I am confident we will get ZSJL 2 and 3. Hopefully, some of the last movies we can get before AI completely takes over. I do want to at least get those 2 movies.
Sounds like, sorry, bro.
We'll see. But anyway, we won't go further because that's going to be a whole nother hour discussion. But if you like this video, please like, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell for more unique takes, interesting thoughts, and great discussions such as these. And on that note, have a bat-tastic day. And actually, we are going to...
Hello, I'm One Punch Dan. What you are about to see is an animated concept art demo reel for Zod Writer's upcoming One Punch Dan movie starring me. This is just a small sample of the many months of work and dedication Zod has put into this project. An official live-action trailer, as well as a release date for the feature film itself, is forthcoming, so like our good friend Sin Havoc is so fond of saying, stay tuned. Enjoy the demo.
One punch gang attacks me in, but that makes 55. It's so